Okay, got that done. Good, good. So, yesterday, had to wake up super early. Had to take mom to the hospital for a thing. It was a scheduled appointment. It's for pre-preparing ops, whatever, for a procedure that is going to be done next week, where I will be getting up even more super early. Good times. I have not yet fully recovered, and I am still very sleepy. But more importantly, maybe not more importantly, but in addition to, my cell phone no longer sends or receives phone calls. Inpatient or outpatient. This was just to go in and do a quick little thing so that the doctors at the next time will know where to dig. But yeah, my cell phone. It's actually, in 5 days, it will be 7 years old. It is a first generation Razer phone. You know, Razer, the company that makes really expensive computer peripherals with many lights and colors. I got one of their phones, and it worked great until it just decided not to anymore. Can still text, can still get on internets, it just can't do phone calls. And I've got a voicemail waiting for me that I can't listen to. If anyone tries to call me, it goes straight to voicemail, doesn't even ring. So I gotta go up to, I guess I gotta go to T-Mobile tomorrow and figure out what I'm gonna do. I do have an idea though. Back when we got all this Avatar-y business, Tracken sent me an iPhone. Rawr and stuff, ice off. I still have that iPhone. I was originally using it for the little LiDAR camera to do all the face tracking, and works great until the phone overheats, stops charging the battery, and dies in about like 3 hours. But it might work just as good as an actual phone. You know, the thing it's designed to do. And that would mean I wouldn't have to buy something new. What was it? It was like the first one of their phones that had a LiDAR. iPhone LiDAR. First iPhone LiDAR, whatever. Ring, 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 ring. Dragana phone. Let's see. It's a 12 Pro. Okay, that's probably what it is. I think. That's what Google says. The first one that had the LiDAR camera on it. So that's going to be my adventures for tomorrow. But today, the ad break is finished. So we have adventures in a cave. A cave of wonders. Right stuff, Dr. Mono. Last time I said this was a game that nobody had heard of. So, I went on to GOG. They were doing a sale last month, and I was going to get, what's it called? Scald Against the Black Priory. And I added it to my cart, and I went to the checkout, and they said, hey, what about this game? And I thought, Caves of Lore, what's that? And so I clicked to the store page, and I was like, oh, this has some neat pixel art. I kind of dig it. And so, instead of Scald, I got this. We're going to go in a new game. And you know what? Would you like to complete the tutorial? You know what? We shall. I know how to play the game, but it's good to have the game explain itself too. So yes, we shall complete the tutorial. Your character's strengths and weaknesses are determined by their stats, listed on the left. Left. This is my right. Rawr and stuff, Hono Farkani. I'm doing good. A little bit sleepy, but I gotta pick up some energy as we go, because this game's pretty cool. Click on one to get to description. So we have strength, you know, it does the weapon damage, resisting physical, the things and the stuff. It does a lot of stuff in the things. Agility, 2 hit, reflex, resist mind, dodge, also associated with different skills. Everything's associated with skills. Spirit is for spell damage and intensity. Also mana points. Secondary though. Resist magic, determines max spell tier if higher than mind. And then we got resisting fear, mana points again, skill points, learn skills, abilities, and spells faster. Determines your max spell tier if it's higher than spirit, so you can do either one of these, or you can do both. And have all of the MPs. We got resistance, which more HPs, willpowers. Tell me about willpower. It will not tell me about willpower. Figure it out yourself. Resist physical, resist magic, defense, some more skills, and speed for initiative, movement rate, 2 hit, and dodge. Well, let's see if I can. Nope. That. I think that's what I did before. No, this game, you've heard of it. I don't believe you. So I think this is good. We are fightery magey man. We will hit things with swords. We will cast the spells that make things fall down. I could probably like knock a point off of this because the higher you put these up, then the more they cost in points. So I could probably like put this into speed or something. Probably a reach, but the UI reminds me of Daggerfall's character creator screen. This is actually more inspired by like the Ultima games. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll do heavy into strength, heavy into mind, pretty okay into spirit, no pies for Yaktaru, and a little bit into speed. But yeah, now we also have to pick abilities. So we got a few to pick from, and the way it works is you pick the one that I can't believe it's taking so many tries. So you pick one, and then, hey! And one extra donut for the road. And you start with that one, and you'll eventually get the one that's kind of connected to it. So you start with Strike, eventually go get Clash. One insurance donut. What we can do, so Strike. Using your max movement distance, make a sliding attack towards the closest free tile adjacent to your target, attacking all enemies within a straight path to that tile, including your target. Leveling adds 1 distance for every 2 skill levels. Does end your turn. Clash, using your max movement distance, make a sliding attack towards the free tile, attacking enemies, etc., etc. Afterwards, make the same action back to your starting position. Initial damage is reduced by 50%, but increases 3% for each level after the first. And then every 3 skill levels increases the distance. So this is get us in there for the fights. We have knockback. Enemies are knocked 1 tile away from your position, taking an extra point of bonus damage. If the target can't move back, they take an additional 50% damage. Each skill level adds 2 bonus damage. And then batter. It's good if you wanna make a cake or something. Or yeah. Or some pancakes. Your target and any enemies behind them in a straight line are damaged by your attack and are knocked 1 tile away from your position. Each skill adds some more damage. Cascade, a magical skill. When you cast a spell that targets a single entity with an effect that changes their hit points, it splashes 1 health change to all nearby entities that are not blocked by obstructions. Now, the way it's worded is kind of weird, but that means that it works for both damage and healing. So I could cast a healing spell on myself, and anybody standing around me will also get a little bit of heals. Or I could say damage, nuke, and hit all of their friends. Arcane Flow. You control the Arcane Flow to prevent allies from being damaged by your next spell. Each level also adds 1 additional damage to the next spell. Spirit does not enhance the extra damage. Then we have Arcane Undertow. Creates a 1/3 area of slowing. Any entity that enters the field immediately loses 1 movement point for that turn. Every 4 points, the amount of movement lost is increased by 1, and speed is lost. And then Arcane Eddy creates a 3/3 area of 20% decreased magic resistance in the target location, and another 20% increased magic resistance where you stand. Each location receives a positive or negative bonus of 2 resist earth, shock, fire, and ice. So increase or decrease depending on if it's you or them. And then for each level beyond the first, resistance is increased or decreased by 3, etc. Point blank. Fire and arrow, dumb. We're not spec'd for bows. And then this is also for arrows. Distract. Your target turns away from you, opening them up for being backstabbed. For each ability, you gain 1 backstab bonus, and your target loses 1 defense and to hit. Or we can be a creep, not even or. You appear behind your target in an instant, ready to strike. Nothing personnel, kid. For each ability level, you gain 1% higher chance to land a crit. Well, kind of like this. Close in real quick. So we'll do that one. And I also like this. Actually, I like this one, but this is also kind of okay. See, this is going to make it important thing. Let's reread this and understand what exactly this is implying. To prevent allies from being damaged by your next spell. There is friendly fire AoEs in this. So that's that. And then traits. We got Brawler, deals some more hand-to-hand damage. We got Staff Proficiency, Blade Proficiency. You just damage bonuses to different weapon types. Agent of Destruction. Gain 3 bonus damage when using destruction spells. Batter. Destruction spells gain levels faster. Binder. It helps you keep your files organized. Gain 3 points towards binding spells. So it's just different types of magic and just kind of makes them better, and also makes it so they things and stuff, they level faster. And we got binding, protection, summoning, traveling, transmute, and then this one was transference. Well, I like blowing shit up. Agent of Destruction. Alright. Oh, continue tutorial? Oh, you can randomly just completely disregard that button and fill out everything without it telling us. You can randomize your character with the random button. The numbers may fall far below or above the number of points you have to distribute on your stats. So we could Baldur's Gate this. We just keep mashing randomize until we get something that we like. Or we could not. And do I actually have to do it? You can reset attributes with the reset button. Yeah, I don't like that it put everything into agility. I mean, well, also, yeah, this is kind of bad. With the points reset, you can manually distribute. For every 2 points above 10, it'll take an additional skill point to increase. For example, Increasing to 12 only takes 2, but to get to 14 takes 6, 15 takes 9. It becomes increasingly difficult to keep raising a stat. Oh, okay. Click on distribute to do a random but even distribution of your total available points. Gross. You must select a starting trait. This trait will give you an advantage. We did this. We did that. I wanted to blow things up. Thank you. And then also give me this back. And give me this back. This is what we get for going ahead of the tutorial. You're finished. You may click the accept button. I don't want to though. This isn't good. Oh. All right. And then 2 points in speed. Rawr, and Stuffed Dragon Vulner ST. We are spending an inordinate amount of time in character creation. Change? Oh. You just pick. You want to be dude or dudette? Wanderer. This is further than she usually wanders, but we're the Wanderer. It looks so familiar, and yet... I'm gonna tie you to a tree next time. Maybe I should have listened to the elders and avoided the fog. No, this is the right choice. What do the elders know? Bunch of losers. How did I end up here? Are those voices? Oh! Oh, poor thing, alone in the fog. Are you lost? Whoops. And then we died. Well, GG everyone. Thanks for joining me. Bork bork. See, cat will lead you into doom. Dog saves you. Doesn't look like a cave.
I spill my drink.
Is cave now. We found the dog of the cave. Ah, refreshing. That's why I love cats, because they lead you to your doom. Still prefers cats. I like both, but I think I would rather have a cat. I just think I will pet someone else's dog, and then it's like, oh, it's barking. It's your problem now. Hey, boy. How long have you been down here? Oh, doggy's sad. I'm lost too. In fact, I feel like I've been lost for a long time. Doggy gives us lick. Come on, we'll find a way out together. Dog has joined the party. A new quest has been added, Seeking the Light. He's been here a lot longer than us. I wonder how he died. Oh, he's talking about skeleton there. Don't give up, skeleton. Oh! Tutorial battle! Would you like to complete a tutorial? Yeah, sure. Each turn consists of 2 main actions, movement and attack. The number of moves you have left is displayed up here. You got 5. Tiles that you can move to are highlighted. Click and drag onto a tile to show enemies that are within range of your weapon. So you can... The green circle indicates your attack radius from the center position. Attack, click on the enemy. Well, damn, we can't. If an enemy's out of range, you may need to end your turn to click by clicking end turn or pressing spacebar. If you've not taken any action yet, you may delay your turn by clicking the delay button. Meh. The quick bar allows you to access spells and abilities quickly. Click on an icon to activate it. Some require a response while others do not. So I could just go. No, okay, we can skip that. We don't actually have to do it. To view all of your spells and abilities, click the Powers button. Well, potions and other items can be used by clicking the Potions button. And if you want to run away, move to the edge of the battlefield and the Flee button will appear. But do not try to do that with the dog because he does not want fleas. If you wish to see this again, click the Info button. Wonder, let's see. This. Okay, I can't actually do it. I can't preview that. Well, let's see. I need to get just a few more tiles closer. So, say about there. Quita! Oh, no damage, but he's on fire. And doggy goes bark. Wanderer has increased in one-handed weapons. Wanderer has increased in strike. Dog has increased in hand-to-hand combat. Dog increased in takedown. Monster lore and monster lore. $1. Really like how the fire casts the shadows. Yes, this game has great pixel art. I think it was only made by like one guy. Who's a good boy? Pants. I guess I should give you a name. Arbo. Everybody's got default names, so we don't have to think of any. If only I could remember my own name.
Pants.
Pants. And ham. I guess I'll call myself Lannon. A new quest has been added. Extermination! Alright, we got a bucket of milk, some carrots. Got this dumb torch. Give me a staff. I am not a crook. Well, let's take a look at over here because we had that green plus, and that's saying we got skill points to distribute. This is hand-to-hand combat. It's for punching things. It increases max damage, not minimum damage, so it just kind of increases the spread. And then we got awareness, chance to notice something hidden. Awareness increases your chance to spot hidden secrets, traps, encroaching enemies, nearby ores, doors, and other items. The leading character's skill is added to the average skill of the other characters in the party. So you got everybody else, everyone in these slots, they kind of average their awareness together and then add it to whatever his awareness is. Evasion increases your chance to dodge physical attacks as well as to make reflex saves to avoid various effects. This is one-handed. Yeah, one-handed weapons, so better hitting with one hand, better hitting with two hand, better hitting with bows. Monster lore. The caves have so much lore, but the monsters also have lore. Monster lore allows you to learn the strengths and weaknesses of monsters at a faster rate. The character with the highest skill is used, with the average skill of the other characters in the party added to it. Survival adds bonuses to making camp and other wilderness activities. Allows you to regain more health and magic points when consuming ingredients and create more effective campsites for resting and healing. First aid allows a hero to treat the wounds of another. First aid skill allows you to slightly heal severely injured characters immediately after combat. Music can give bonuses when camping. Music skill allows you to give increasingly higher bonuses during camp, while decreasing the time it takes to do so. Disarm. Increased chance to open locked doors and disarm traps. That's exactly what this says. Stealth. Allows the party to move about unseen. Allows you to move through areas without being detected. The leading character's skill is added to the average of everybody else. Identify. Helps identify magical or otherwise mysterious items. Identify skill helps you learn the properties of items and ingredients. Barter lowers the cost of goods and services. Does it even say? Okay, yeah, no. And crafting. And then there's just this empty spot here for some reason. Allows crafting potions and other items. Craft skill gives you a greater chance of enhanced effects when foraging, higher potion count when brewing, and lower manatite cost when enchanting. Well, for us, see, you can either put your points in manually like that, or you can just say add level. Bam. And we've got a few points to spend, just a few. And I preferred every single one of your combat skills, so, you know, punchy fists, different swords and bows, those just go up through use. Some of these other skills are a lot harder to level, Rar and Stuff Dracana. So those are the ones that I actually put my points into. So we'll do Identify, Barter.
I love how they taste.
Dragon Fruit. Don't need Survival because we've always got Dragon Fruits. Do Monster Lore. Also, we get bonuses because we are very smart. So we get bonuses for Barter, for Lore, for Identify. Also get some from Spirit, which we're kind of okay with. We've got pretty good strength. Yeah, I suppose we can put that up 1 or 2. I'm going to be doing one-handed weapons on this character. Can we get cave lore? We get monster lore, but the cave lore comes naturally as we play. Man. Man. You know, I might as well switch back to the torch, just because it is a one-handed weapon. Even though this is going to do more damage right now. We have no spells. We do have a Doggo. Doggo has Takedown, stuns enemies, and does extra damage against vermin. Targets take 1.4 bonus damage, and vermin take 25% damage on top of that. Targets that fail to resist physical are stunned for a duration that increases with skill level. Bonus damage for normal and vermin are increased 25% per skill level. And then he can Awoo as well. Lowers defense of all enemies. All enemies that fail to resist fear lose 1 defense. Defense loss increased by 1 for each skill level beyond the first. Now if we hop over to abilities, we can also see what else. Well, we can see he does get more things. Just like how we get these things from the other skills that we took when we created our character. But we can't unlock them yet. Also, we have a talent. Perspective. Gain a heightened sense of perception of the area around you. Oh, we don't have that up there. Never mind. Wait, what? We need to find a way out of here, Arbo. Let's check that skeleton for useful items. I'm explaining things to chat. You be quiet.
You didn't take batter? What about the bacon pancakes?
Someone else will have to cook them. I am not a cook. Doggy has a talent too. He can sniff. Finds buried objects in the surrounding area. But also, Doggy has, well, I guess he doesn't have skill points. But he already has a rank in music. We have a codex. The musty old book appears normal, but something about it draws you to it. And In Search of Clarity, it appears to be a block of thinly sliced wood. It's a book! It says Codex. How unusual. I don't recall knowing how to read. I feel strange, as if my vision is cleared, and yet I see no differently. Why did this person have books and nothing else? I should learn more about them. Inventory. It's just saying, put this here. Put this here. In search of clarity, power surges through this book's pages. Equip it to gain access to spells. Dehumidify, light, seeking lights, arcane sight, and analyze. We can also read it. In search of clarity, the musings of King Anastros of Oladan. It is not often that a king is given time to gaze upon the beauty of this world unhindered by the weight of his duties. This mountain top is unlike any in my kingdom, as it is underground in a cave. As the sun melts away the morning haze, it reveals splendor and majesty that even a king cannot attain. How I long to be like the sun clearing away the gloom, or an oiled cloth polishing old wood. How I wish to be so grossly incandescent. The wealth of my realm is centuries old, yet something so simple can bring it back to life. That is what I wish for this realm as well. The villages I can now see below are old and sturdy. Their stories stretch back generations. The streets are long and narrow, filled with open markets and storytellers. Behold! Even from this height, I can see messengers moving through the streets, seeking out men of note, delivering their words to those that need to hear them. Perhaps they speak of my coming. It was no small effort to reach this mountaintop. My path here was fraught with danger, but I overcame. We overcame. Now take heart. Raise your swords. Strike your shields. Let not the messengers be seen as liars, or their cries of warnings be ignored. We will polish their armies into dust. We will burn them away like mist in the morning sun. This realm will show new beauty, and it will reflect the glory of Oladan. And we will not stop here. For just as we saw in the arcane realm and perceived the secret paths to this mountain, so we shall soon enter it in body as well. There is nothing that will escape our gaze, no land that shall not be trod under our feet, no realm shall remain hidden, no secret remain lost. We will shine a light even unto the deepest umbra. I like that the spell books actually have, books. Did Solaire write this? I think so, yes. I feel a strange power. I think I should use it. Meh. Boop. Bzzzt. There's a thing over here. The wall vanished! We did it, Arbo! We've solved the puzzle! Also, we got some sun drops. But also, we have other things. We got little sperms. It went this way. Maybe we should actually look at what the spells are. Dehumidify. Remove the humidity from your surroundings. That doesn't sound super useful, does it? Remove all humidity from your surroundings for 10 seconds. Each skill level beyond the first adds another 20 seconds. Usable outside combat only. Light. Brighten your surroundings. Create a light that brightens up your surroundings for 10 seconds. Each level after the first adds another 30 seconds. Seeking lights. Summon orbs of light that find nearby enemies. Summon an orb of light that will find the nearest enemy within 30 tiles. When an enemy is found, its location is highlighted on the map. Every 2 levels after the first adds another orb and increases its range by 1 tile. Arcane Sight. Gaze into the arcane realm to find secrets, locate magical objects, and identify items. Show hidden marks and objects in the arcane realm. They will remain permanently visible afterwards. Stashes that contain magical items will temporarily show a marker. Identify skill is aided by arcane sight level. And then finally, Analyze. Show an enemy's health bar. Show an enemy's health bar and increase damage dealt to them by 1. For every 3 levels beyond every 3 skill levels, deal 1 bonus damage. Every level of this spell increases the chance to learn lore about the targeted creature at the end of combat. So we got our first spells, and they're very utilitarian, but light, and dehumidify. Oh, the dehumidify makes the light better, because I guess it's not so foggy because of the humidity. Oh, something moving down there. Oh, there's something over there. You can kind of see a bat. Is that a door? Is that a treasure chest? We have a short bow, a wooden buckler, a wooden staff, some fur boots, a wooden staff, question mark, question mark, question mark, identify. Damn. A dagger, and Guardians of Glofir. It is a spell book with lightning spells. Boop. So the way spellbooks work in this... Oh yeah, we have the codex. The musty old book appears normal, but something about it draws you to it. Wisdom is more valuable than gold. Knowledge of more value than power. Seek to understand, and your knowledge will be power. Your wisdom will be of great worth. Within me lies protection from ignorance. My words are a lens through which to see. Common sense is a greater ward against evil than powerful magic. Seek knowledge, gain understanding. But true wisdom is knowing that you must control yourself foremost. This path is not safe. The words continue, but the rest of the book is unreadable for some reason. The language appears the same, and yet you are unable to grasp its meaning. Can I identify the book? Or the staff? We got a wooden staff of grounding. It has some staff powers, like all the wooden staves have this. But then it has an enchantment of resist shock, 5%. And +1 to the spell ignite. Well, give me dagger and shield and fuzzy boots. Armor, 1. Strength required 11. We got that. We've got a strength of 15. Defense 1. Now, I don't think the game adequately explains the difference between armor and defense. As I understand it, let's see if I can find it. As I understand it, can you pop up tooltips or something? Okay. As I understand it, defense is a flat reduction in damage you take, while armor is a percentage reduction. So it's just going to knock 2 points of damage off of whatever hits I take, and then also 2%. So armor is better against real heavy hitting attacks, while defense is better against like little pokes. That's at least how I think it works. Kind of want to switch to this book. Bouncing back over here real quick. These spells that have little purple borders around them means the spell is memorized. We don't need to have the book equipped in order to cast them anymore. These, with the purple bars still going up, still learning those spells. So what you can do is we can Elder Scrolls this shit. And that just leveled up. Oh, we're out of mana. But memorized. Is that a door? Yeah, more importantly, is that an arcane sight? Nope. We got spot here, but we don't know what to do with this. I'm going to equip the staff for a bit because it gives me a single point of mana regen. Is that a door? Is this the Wild's beatbox routine? Is that a gun? Is that a gun? If I just spam this a few more times. Memorized. So this is the only one that we don't have memorized yet. Oh. This spell we got from our staff. Ignite. Causes an enemy to burst into flame. Set the target on fire, but deal no initial damage. If the target fails a reflex roll, they take 4 fire damage. Skill level increases the damage bonus by 15% for every level beyond the first. Stacks, no. It replaces other burning effects. Ends turn, no. Usable once per turn. So you can just cast that and still do a regular attack. If an ability has a green outline around it, that means that it does not end your turn. It's basically a free action, but always only once per turn. I want this spell. This is important. Is this a roguelike sim? RPG. Hey, what was he about to say? It looks like it was locked from this side. Maybe I should make Arbo leader so he can help. So, Bork! You should do some digging near the door. The key could not have gone far. Like maybe over to here? Oh. Arbo is carrying the torch in his mouth. Key. Rusted key. Bet we can use this to open the door. We can make camp if we need to heal up. We're fine. You can get lost easily. It's a good thing I've been recording it on this map. Whop. So, here's our map. You'll fill it out as we go. Rats. Oh, I'm still using the staff. Oh well. Awoo! Whistle! Boop. So casting that little HP meter shower spell, even if you can already see their health bar, it's still worth doing because it gives you a damage bonus, and we still need to memorize that spell. We're only like part of the way there. Bonk. Arbo gained a level in Monster Lores. We got pointing two-handed weapons because we're using a stick. I love that Arbo can lead the party. Everybody just follows the dog around. And he carries a torch in his mouth. Secret. Treasure. Got a whip, a studded leather cowl, and some shoes. Well, I've already got shoes. There we go. Pop that there. No, we'll keep using the staff for now because it's recharging my mana. Slowly, but it is. Oh yeah, the whip is a one-handed slashing / blunt weapon. It has a range of 1 to 2, but it does half damage at range 1. So you actually have to be a space away from them, and then you crack the whip. It does some more damage against flying and gives you some stats. Another spell book! The Torch of Winterfell. We didn't even read the lightning book. But this one is a fire book. Also, we have another dagger and some fuzzy gloves. So, our fursuit is coming together. Just want to make sure we map out everything first before we progress onward. Bats! Or bat, singular. You know what? We could also... We could use Ignite. Might as well. Whoosh! And then we just pass our turn. And he burns to death. We got a bat wing. Or a leathery wing. Hang on, we'll just also dehumidify. There we go. It's very bright and cheery now. Don't even really need the torch. Which is good, because I think the torch might be burning out. Let's see here. Not even halfway on it. Awoo! Uh-oh. He's out. Bonk. Well, I don't have enough mana to do another identify or analyze, so chomp. Manatite requires a corundum pickaxe. Run stuff who can. And here's a treasure chest, but we can't reach it. There is also rats and bats that we cannot reach. Woo! Oh, that's a big rat back there. Oh, I don't have enough mana to do to analyze them. Wait, yes I do. Because you can power it down to a lower level, make it cheaper but less effective. However, the level of it doesn't matter for how quickly you memorize. So, 5th, level 1. Also bonk. Uh-oh. I was gonna do the big bite, the takedown. But, oops. Arbo doesn't have the MP. Don't bite my pupper! Alright, I have no manas. But if I go and whack this guy, he hasn't had his turn yet. And he's not gonna get one. Level up. So when you level up, you get some skill points. At no point in the game will you get more attribute points to spend. These things above me. These are what they're going to be for the rest of the game. Except for certain conditions. But not from leveling up. So, back to skills. We have 40 skill points. I guess we can pop a couple into here. And we're okay at speed, and we're pretty smart. What is that? 3, 3. Yep. Okay. Evasion's going to be useful because we're going to be fighting close, and we're going to be a little bit on the squishy side because we have nothing in resilient. Well, we've got base and resilience. Arbo gets points too. Not many. I want him to be a musical dog. But he can't level it up. He does not have enough points. Also, leveling up completely refills health and mana. Awoo. Okay, we've almost got there. 1 or 2 more casts. But also, whoosh. And just go ahead and pass your turn. Bleh. Wait, who's... Okay, you're... I guess it doesn't matter. Jump. And... Analyze. And... Fire! And pass. Landon has memorized Analyze. Just realized something. This game does have a little bit of controller vibrations, even if you're not using a controller, so let me just unhook that real quick so it's not shaking things underneath the desk. And that is every single spell from that book memorized. We don't need to have that book equipped anymore. So we're just gonna pop. Now, as much as I love lightning, we'll go ahead and just start with fire. The torch of Winterfell. The burning of Emeria. In the age before the reign of King Molgamon, many cycles before even his father came to power, there was a man named Dreyfus. Richard Dreyfus. He lived as a woodcutter in the western hill country of what would later become the Kingdom of Emeria. In those days, only the race of men was known to roam the earth. /r/n/n. We probably shouldn't be seeing those. Now it came to pass that on a day like any other, while Dreyfus was cutting wood with his axe, he landed a blow upon a strange tree. As his axe bit into thick bark, the tree groaned. Withdrawing in surprise, he saw that his blade was wet with blood. Being a kind and cautious man, he begged forgiveness from the tree, asking what he might do to make recompense for the wound. The tree spoke with a voice that was not heard so much as felt. For many long cycles you have lived off this forest, but now you go too deep. If you cut out its heart, will it still live? Take your axe and ask no more of these woods. Dreyfus agreed and retreated from the woods. Later that cycle, as winter approached, there came into the hills an army bound for Oladan. The army, seeking warmth, approached the forest and began to cut. When they had finished taking all that they wished, they set fire to the rest so that their enemies would have nothing from it. When Dreyfus saw this, he was filled with sadness and rushed to the forest to seek the tree that he had spoken to. Though the flames raged, Dreyfus fought his way to the tree, and seeing it there burnt, he took hold of one of its remaining branches and retreated. As he carried it, he felt the pain of the forest and the heat of the flames, the memory of them etched into the wood by unknown means. When he emerged from the flames, he was filled with anger and called out to the encamped army to answer for their deeds. But they sought to kill him for opposing them and surrounded him with weapons drawn. As they drew close, the branch burst into flame and lashed out at all who approached. Any who attempted to take hold of him was severely burned. Though the branch persisted in flame, it was not consumed, and Dreyfus then felt that the fire was both a memory of the forest's pain and also a measure of his indignation. As the flames grew, the army became terrified and retreated back to the land from which they came. The torch came to rest within the kingdom of Emeria. For cycles, no one dared touch it or suffer burns. And indeed, this was true until King Celadon seized it, seeking to increase his power. Instead, he and his kingdom were reduced to ashes in a fire that could not be put out, though many attempted. May those who seek to protect be as a flame, and those who seek to usurp be as wood. Fire spells. Lots of fire spells. Including Ignite, which we've already been working on. We got a smith's hammer and a sack. Anything in the sack? Ooh, the sack has stuff. Ring! Whoop! Ranged weapons. Dumb. Here's also got a mana potion and a health potion. And more of these things. Stack them up. And within this chest... Oh, chest is locked. I don't think we're going to be able to pick this. Success! A ring that casts magic missile and also gives a strength bonus. You know what would be really, really funny? Arbo. Want to be a wizard dog? And yes, this will work. We can actually have... Oh, maybe not. Spells? No?
Wizard.
Wait, did I equip the wrong... I equipped the wrong ring, didn't I? Yep, I equipped the wrong ring.
I have seen everything.
Well, Arbo can cast Resist Fire, not Magic Missile. I equipped the wrong ring on him. I should have put this one on. Oh well. Awoo! It's still good to keep leveling Analyze because you want the, it's basically free damage and also free lore. Although, our mana is still kind of on the low side. Just analyze you, whoosh you. And wait, no. Here, dash, boom. Lannon has unlocked Enduring Flame. So, Enduring Flame causes flames engulfing enemies to flare up. Each enemy on fire takes 4 damage per spell level, and their time on fire is increased by 1 round. Every 2 levels beyond the first permanently adds 1 fire damage to the active effect. Our mana is still so low all the time. I hate to destroy something old. So old. But it might be fun. I mean, necessary. Yep. Truly regrettable. But they were in our way. Rat. I need to check on something over here. Yes. Okay, we do need to work on this spell in order to unlock this. And then we need to unlock, or work on this to unlock that one. And then we are not smart enough to cast this one. We also have this, but it's not connected to anything. Awoo! just hang back. Let them come to me. Hit that one in the back. Yes. Here. Oh, I don't have enough. Get behind him. Bonk him with the stick. And we were just on the other side of this rock a minute ago. You know what I haven't used in a while? Purple. See, it highlighted this. I didn't even spot that earlier. It's some iron. We don't have a pickaxe, though. Meh. Okay. So here's a thing that the game does. I can't remember if the game tells you about that you can do, but you can go on here, you just right click somewhere, set a path, and you just click on that, and you just start walking. This is a big help whenever you're backtracking a lot. Stop, Shepherd! How can I help you? I'm looking for a book. Have you by chance found one? Several, in fact, yes. The book. I've been looking for it for as long as I can remember. In fact, I remember little else. I'm in a similar situation. I'm looking for something, but I don't know what. You look like a shepherd. Perhaps you're looking for a sheep? Bork, Bork! No, we were looking for our dog. Found him. Perhaps... Well, since you helped find the book, I'll help you find your sheep. But I don't even know if that's what I lost. Come, let us go. Thanks? Merwin. Merwin has joined the party. So let's see. She is decently agile, high spirit, better spirit than our mind. She's a pretty good caster. She's got some good resistance, so I don't know about maybe ranged. Well, actually, I know exactly what to put. What are the stars? What are the asterisks? Well, I'm going to give her a stick. Additionally, she is a book. Tome of Deepest Reaches. Bat Swarm, Crevice, Collapse, and Resist Earth. Well, I think it's more important that she get this so that she can also begin casting Analyze. And yes, I am going to pronounce it that way forever. She also has some skill points, not many. See, she has high spirit, high vulnerabilities. Why? She had pretty decent resistance. I guess I can give her a level or two. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Here you go. First aid. Okay, she's already memorized these spells from the Earth book, which is Bat Swarm and Collapse. And just simply equipping that other book has given her Dehumidify and Light, which rather she didn't have those, just because I'm the only one who really needs them. But this is important for everyone. Everyone who is a mage should have this spell. Either the windy depths or the windy depths. Welcome, traveler. I see that you've met Merowyn. I'm sure she mentioned me. Well, no, she didn't. I was focused on the book. Do not forget our mission. You mean your mission. My name is... you tell me. Rykard. Dan Rykard. Merowyn and I have been down here for as long as I can remember. Let me guess. You remember very little as well, yet are still driven towards some end. You probably wish to escape this place, but I came here to slay a monster. Also, I might have dropped the door key over the ledge. I've seen many large animals here, but monsters? Do such things exist? You shall soon see for yourself, friend, since we're trapped down here. I've killed many of these rodents of peculiar size, but my need to slay goes unsatisfied. As does your need for endless conversation. Can I be blamed? It's lonely down here. You just said you wanted to be here. Maybe you two can sort out your personal problems without me present? This is still a dangerous place. Perhaps we can help each other. Why not? I've had little success in this part of the cave. Well, come on then. Landon and I already have an arrangement. Yeah. Let us call it that. Bork bork. Rykard has joined the party. Moldy bread? It does not look very appetizing. A chain? It's basically a whip. 1 to 2 range, half damage, range 1. Some cheese, some potatoes. Sure, we'll take it all. We'll sell that moldy bread because it's probably not worth eating. Oh, right here. But it requires a corundum ore. Aye, corundum! Requires a silver pickaxe. Some potions, a little bit of money. Leap small obstacles to strike at a target. Select a tile to land on and deal 2 bonus damage to a random adjacent opponent. Skill levels increase damage bonus by 1 for every level beyond the first. Or, let's dance! Leap to the other side of your target. Leap to the furthest available tile on the other side of your target. It does not end your turn. So, you can not exactly teleport behind them, but flip over. Also, high agility, strength. Very little spirit, but he's kind of smart. And speedy. So he's more of a thiefy type, as far as I can tell. Especially with that ability that lets him jump behind things. So that's how I will be building him. Also, unflankable. Cannot be flanked. You cannot be flanked by enemies and take no extra damage or effect from being in a flanked position. And he has blade proficiency. Didn't even look at what Doggy has. Doggo has Weathered Hide. Gain 1 defense point for every 2 levels gained if you are an animal. And Mithrandic. Gain a 30% increase resist poison. Merowyn has Child of the Earth. When underground, gain 5% additional max hit points. And Meditative. You are tuned to the energy around you, regenerating 5 mana points per round. I want that. I wish I could have that. Also, I didn't even look at what her other abilities were. She has Attract. Ooh. Draw an entity towards you. A target on the battlefield must move towards you, and enemies must succeed a willpower check or lose 1 mind for every skill level. Whoops. It may have... yeah, I unhotkeyed it. And then this is Protect. Add some of your defense rating to nearby allies. All adjacent allies gain 25% of your defense. If you do not succeed in a skill check versus the allies' defense, they do not gain protection. Defense gained by each ally increases by 1% for each skill level beyond the first. How much defense would that be? She has 1. You know what? Have some shoes. Now she has 2. 2 defense. Okay, Riker's got a short sword. Ooh, wait, yes. I shall have a short sword. And let's spend some skill points here. Since I am assuming he is Thiefy Boy, then I'm going to give him the Thiefy skills. So he will be Disarm. That is all he can have of that. And Sneak. And we're out. Another spell book. Applications of Force. Material. Paper. And $29 and Smith Hammer and something else. Probably wasn't important. Not sure why this keeps flashing every time we come here. Because nothing new has been added to the book. Yeah. Alright, we got something here. We got more corundum. We got something over here that we can't reach. We got a floaty thing here. Before you, an obelisk hangs above the depths in a stream of energy. Reach out your hand and touch the obelisk. Strength up! So earlier when I said that there was, there were ways to increase your stats, but not through leveling. There are one obelisk for each attribute. Ham. There's a funky symbol here, but we don't know what that means. This is obviously a door, but it has a symbol here that we don't know what it means. Riker. Wait. No, didn't mean that. This lock is beyond my skill. I meant him. Well, it's on a little bit of a cooldown now, so we have to wait. And then there's this here. Bridge. Kalendraur. Huntsman Arrows. Changes damage type to slashing. And $16. Locked. This lock is beyond my skill. Iron ore, but it requires a pickaxe. Also requires a pickaxe. Move along. What is this place? Can it be? Has someone come at last? I was beginning to think I had not lived to see this day. Welcome to Kalendraur, our shelter. A shelter from what? Why would such a place exist below ground? I don't care, as long as there's something to eat other than rat. Ah, forgive me. My name is Key, or Quay. And this is Naira. Pleased to meet you. We've been hiding here for years, perhaps, ever since the calamity befell our world. What calamity are you referring to? I'm afraid I can't remember very much. That's the calamity. Slow loss of all knowledge and memory. I was hoping you had escaped. How'd you make it here, with little to no memory? It seems to have begun when I happened upon this old book. I can only read some of it. You can read? And you have the book! The Codex! No wonder you were able to find us. Then, perhaps you are the one who sent me to retrieve the book. I'm afraid not, for we also seek the owner of the book, if there's anything left to find. Many attempted to get to the shelter with us, but few made it. Once here, the power of this place protects the mind from degrading further. I suspect the book has a similar effect. Please, come in. We'll be happy to answer more of your questions once you're settled. All of this, just across the chasm for where I spent so long. Welcome to Kalendraur. I don't say anything. No drinks beyond this point. You know who you are. But we don't know who we are. That's the problem. Battles fought, 8. Monsters defeated, 22. Tiles traversed, 859. Creatures summoned, damage taken. Just some stats. Man. The monster summoner is dangerous. Use at your own risk. Training hall. Do not interfere with the training. The calamity again. Darn calamity. There's always a calamity. Nobody ever asks for it. No one ever invites it, but it just shows up. Corvin is a good man. A mighty warrior at last. I have no doubt that you are a formidable foe. He is actually referring to the dog. The greet changes depending on who actually speaks to the guy. So if we switch to Lannon, you do not look like a warrior. I know that raising sheep and growing food is not light work. I will not underestimate you. And for Merwin, in these times we must accept all who are willing to fight are deserving of a warrior's title. Why does it take times such as these for us to realize that? And then Rykard. Battle can forge a man's heart, but so can doubt and sadness. I see a battle raging within you. I can help you win, if you're willing. That's great. Back to dog. What's your job? Master at arms, at your service. I help organize the guard here, and I train anyone who is willing to devote the time. I would most like to go adventuring with you, but someone has to stay here. I can also help sharpen weapons if you have the right materials. Tell me about the fog. Naira found me wandering in on our way here. There were others, but they would not follow. I am greatly robbed of my memories, but it is strange that I remember my sword work so well. Tell me about Kalendraur. Those that lived here long ago made sure that all their needs could be met, for many cycles if needed. It was thorough planning. What do you know about the book? This codex of yours is the key to much, or so I have overheard. They say that our fate rests upon this object, but I know that the one wielding it matters just as much. What about... Hey, can you give me training? I can train you in the use of various weapons, but you will need practice weapons first. I don't wish to kill you. When you find some, return to me, and I will train you. What about sharpen? I can sharpen a blade easily enough, but for a really sharp edge, you will want to find stones. What's an elder stone? It is a strange stone that can be found in the halls surrounding this place. We do not know its purpose, but it can hone the edge of a blade like nothing I have ever seen. Well, nothing I remember seeing anyways. Once the blade is nearing its sharpest, the stone will glow softly and then crumble. It's quite remarkable. What purpose could the builders have had for such a thing? So, we unfortunately do not have any of these. And he can train us in stuffs. But I don't want to do that. So, over here is a fun little thing. This lovely beams of sunlight. They heal you and restore your mana. And because of that, they're extremely exploitable. So let's say, resist fire, resist fire, resist fire. Oh no, we're out of mana. Whoop. Alright, continue, resist fire. Resist fire. Uh-oh. This spell's very expensive now. So any spell that you can cast out of combat, you can just basically level up and memorize here. Drop that down. So we're just going to memorize resist fire real quick. Okay, got it. Womp. You know, we could also, we could have Arbo master that spell too. There may come a day whenever it's gonna really come in handy that we can all resist fire. Achievement unlocked, Wanderer. Unfortunately, Arbo has very, very little mana. However, he is a dog, so that might be part of it. He can cast that spell exactly one time. That do it? Nope. Oh, wow. He's got a ways on that. You know what? We're not doing that. We'll just go. Light. Dehumidify. Symbols. The stone is inscribed with these words. Path marks always indicate a path to be followed. So if we see... These are actually symbols that we pick up whenever we cast the Arcane Sight. And this is telling you what the symbols mean. The stone is inscribed with these words. Phase marks indicate the presence of something arcane or foreign. The stone is inscribed with these words. Whisper marks indicate that a spoken word is being requested. Trigger marks are associated with something that can be activated, like a switch, or a pressure plate, or an ace pilot. Pointer marks usually indicate that you should look at or for something. Barrier marks indicate some sort of impassable arcane wall. And this thing is glowing. What was the purpose of this hall? It's to tell you what these symbols mean. Item marks are always associated with hidden objects. Sometimes they're buried, but other times they're merely obscured. This stone is too damaged to make out the inscription. I mean, I can just recast light. Because that light spell is way better than a torch. So much so, we're just going to put that torch away. Oh, it's good to find others who can read. For me, the hardest part of this calamity may be my intellectual isolation. I'm just so much smarter than everyone else, and it hurts. I don't mean to say others are not smart, only that they've lost what they once had. That's what I mean. What about the dog? For an animal, you're quite intelligent. I wonder, has the calamity affected you as well? Or do you remember everything? For Merowyn, when you have time, I'd be interested in recording your experiences in this cave. And for Rykard, I wonder how long you were down here. Time loses meaning when your memories begin to fade. So, what's your job? I am a scribe. I record things for posterity. I am certain that one day all of this will be read in stories. Yes, I am certain that you will succeed now that you are here. I also sell the occasional trinket. What do you know about the fog? You do not yet understand it, and that frightens me. Something with the power to rob us of our memories, perhaps. It gives me the shivers. What can you tell me about this place? When we arrived, it was empty. It must have served its purpose. Now it is needed again. I pray that we do not need to stay here much longer. I miss the sun. Tell me about this book. The Codex is something ancient and powerful. I do not understand where it came from or who wrote it, but Naira has some theories. Perhaps it turned words into power. This would explain how the books you find react to it. I wonder, could it be used to determine if something is false? Aether Band. Oh, it's a ring. I thought it was like a funky mask. It's a ring with like red glowy lines coming off of it. Anyway, it's +1 to all your Magikick stuffs. Arendal's Pride. Max spell level. +1. Timuron's Touch. +1 spell range. Unfortunately, these things are crazy expensive. It's like $15,000. We have $233. Looks like a crown? Maybe. You know what? I bet you're right. I bet you that's what it is. It's a crown. It just like makes it all glowy and whoopity. Anyway, it's +1 to all your magics, which I kind of want that. But I fear that by the time we're able to afford it, we'll have something better. The stone looks like the one we found in the cave. Let's ask someone here about it. Like you? It's been my enduring hope that someone would finally bring the book here safely. Bork, they're lucky to have you. I wish there were other dogs here for you to meet. If you were sent to us by the librarian, then you must be connected to us somehow. Perhaps we'll find out soon enough. And then lastly, Rykard. You may have entered these caves for reasons unrelated to our goals, but I'm glad you're here. Alright, what do you do here? I have worked to gather as many people to this place as possible. I was the first one here as far as I can remember. I suppose you could say I am a recruiter of sorts. I also manage the supplies and make sure everything is running well. It may not be as glamorous as some of the other jobs here, but without it, this place would fall back into ruin. I am the most important. Tell me about the fog. We do not understand it for the most part. We must find out more. Perhaps there are writings or anything. Forgive me, there's so little we know and so much to learn. I spent less time in the fog than anyone here, and yet I've still lost many memories. How do we leave? Oh, there's an exit on the cliffs to the east above the reservoir of energy. I can't recall how I know this, but it can only be opened with the spoken word, So Adonis. It is old magic from before this place fell into ruin. It wouldn't surprise me if there are many more secrets to this place. We entered here from the south, but it was too dangerous, so we locked the door. I won't open it again until the outside is clear. I can't risk this place falling to the evil things that have infested the halls outside. Arcane? This place is full of the arcane. The builders had many powerful secrets they hid away. Peering into that arcane world can reveal much. Since you can read, you should go to the Southern Hall. There are plaques that seem to describe the various arcane symbols. Read them already, thanks. Tell me about this place. This place shelters us from the evil that drains our memories. A power greater than the greatest of evil. That's a comforting thought. Book. There was someone before me. Memory is faint. I recall him telling me that the book saw deep into a person's soul. I don't know how a book is capable of such a thing, but I believe the one wielding the book matters. We won't attempt to take it from you. Who's the librarian? If she knows of the book, then she is our last hope, along with you. If you can bring her the book, then perhaps we'll find a way to stop the memory loss. Whether or not we can reverse it is another question entirely. Energy. It's drawn to the surface by various obelisks. I don't understand it fully. Kazimar insists that it's purely evil. I'm unsure, but caution's a good course of action. Such an energy source is unlikely to be natural. Whatever it is dangerous. Also, it increased your strength by 1 point. Book. Some are important, some are not. What matters more is whether anyone can read them, and most can't. Some ability was preserved in this place, but much has been lost, both memory and ability. The town above is full of people, and I suspect not a single one of them can read anymore. This cursed loss of memory. I believe we will lift it somehow. What have you got for sale? Oh, she can identify items and she can train in identify. That's it. Seeking the light. Let's go to the exit she mentioned. We finally have a way out of this cave. Be quiet in the library. Unless monsters are attacking, then be very loud. I agree. We should finish exploring here first. There's much to see, much to loot. Also, this guy is a little bit flickery. I think we may have reached the sprite limit. That was my light spell running out. Welcome to my study. I'm eager to discuss things with you. Dog. I sense intelligence from you. What a fascinating creature. Girl. I once worked with an enchantress who looked like you. Strange that I can remember that. Rykard. You look like a man that can get things done. I may yet ask a favor of you and your fellowship. Alright, what do you do here? Chief Enchanter of Queen something, something. Can't entirely remember. But what I do remember is a great deal of arcane lore. The more arcane, the more I remember. Especially when that lore was in an ancient tongue. I am eager to see what strange treasures you have encountered. I am willing to enchant things for you, if you can find a rare ore called Manatite. What do you know about the fog? My interest in the fog is different than the others. It does not appear physical, which has been observed by some of the others, but more so arcane symbols can be viewed through it. And tell me about Kalendraur. Little remains to teach us of how it was made. I have uncovered some arcane symbols, but I lack the proper spells to search further. In the Codex? Oh, this book of yours is written in a language that even I don't know. It's far more ancient than anything I've ever seen. Lowercase t training? Why are some of the things capitalized and some not? I'd be happy to train you in the use of your spells, but I can't in my current state. It's very hard to focus while not properly bound to this dimension. I'm sorry, dimension? You likely noticed my problem. I sometimes find myself somewhere else entirely. Only for a second or two, but there I am. I believe I'm traveling to some sort of arcane realm. How I came to have this malady, I'm unsure. Perhaps I spent too much time delving into the unknown, and now it has a hold on me. Or maybe I did something in my past. It troubles me greatly, but what can I do? My last resort is to obtain a plant that has similar properties and see if there's some kind of connection. Meh. Just a phase. If I am to stay anchored to this dimension, I need to find something that can pierce the veil between worlds. There is a rare plant with such properties, or so I believe. Will you find this plant and bring it to me? Sure. A new quest has been added. The plant I need can be found only underground, though I've never seen one for myself. I was told that it likes to grow in damp places. It can be observed shifting between planes, just as I do. Alright, back to conversations. Tell me about glyph stones. The glyph stone in this place is likely even older than the shelter itself. I never expected it to come alive. It must be the presence of the Codex. These stones were erected to mark significant events and to tell stories that would otherwise be forgotten. Damn places! I believe the Codex has reacted to those stories and the truth in them. It's difficult to understand what's happening with this book, but clearly it's connecting to the stone. Are you the librarian? I was not here when she first arrived and restored this place, so I've not seen her, nor would I remember if I had, for none of the others can, and I do not hold myself above them, unlike some people here. Tell me about energy. It is not mere energy that lies below us. It has been tainted by evil, and can only be used for thus. It flows into an obelisk east of here, and I suspect similar obelisks were made to channel this energy. That energy can summon creatures of vile nature. All my other attempts to study have failed. Strangely, it gives off the same feel as the moons when they reach their zenith or nadir. Tell me about zenith. When a moon rises, not just above the horizon, but to a point where its energy can be strongly felt, it is called a zenith. The opposite is true for the nadir, where the moon's energy can no longer be felt at all. Just as light can be focused, I suspect there are objects that can focus this energy as well. If such a thing exists, it could cause the energy of a moon to be felt when it is closer to the horizon. Book! In the library we have some. I've not found much use for them, unfortunately. I think the former inhabitants merely gathered what they could, not what was useful. And tell me about the Manatite. Manatite is an ore that either gathers arcane energy or is formed by it. I'm not sure which, but it is a powerful source that can be used to imbue items with power. I can do this for you, if you bring enough of it. What have you got for sale? Nothing. You do not sell things. You have, you can enchant stuff, and you can teach us identify. That's it. I feel the Codex responding to me when I think of the glyphs we've seen. So we have a thing here. Whoop. We got fast travel. We can teleport back to any of these little obelisk things that we've encountered. This stone looks like the one found in the cave. Let's ask somebody. We already know what it's about. I just showed it off. And this was Monster Summoner. Wait. It's dangerous, and that's why we're gonna go play with it. So this thing, if you ever want, you just come here, you click on this, and you can refight any enemy that you have encountered in the game. Let's fight some bats. Whoop. Over here. Defense! Awoo! Let's see, we already mastered, well, memorized Ignite. I think this was the next spell in the line. But we can go ahead and whoop, and then also follow it up with whoosh. So it could be cool if Kess fought some bats and then boom! I aim to please. What if I summoned some bats at the bats? Just a couple bats. Chomp. Quitta! And he does a little sword twirl because he's a cool guy. And we have memorized Enduring Flame and unlocked Searing Brand. My brand! So you can just refight enemies at will and anytime you want, and it's a good way to grind levels and skills and stuff. Also cliff racers, so many cliff racers. Beefy, why the cliff racers? I mean, I got this guy just right over here. He's kind of clipping into my head. I'm a unicorn. Hang on, there we go. Unicorn, Uniderg. Come back and we're still killing low-level pests. Yeah, we haven't beaten the game yet. Decomposing book. This book is too degraded to be of any use. Decomposing book. Rain's Bestiary. Forward note. Teaches summon vermin, summon monsters, subjugate, and destabilize. Summon bats. I guess I did say to summon bats. And you summoned a lot more bats than I did. I think the spell only threw like 2 of them. We got a shirt, some pants. Shirt and pants. Pants and pants. 3 shirts and a hat. Light. Yes, this one. Possibly important. Potion of minor healing. This is a recipe for a brewing potion. Yes, please. Some potions of various types. More potions of various types. Select a character for craft training. A character of your choice will begin training in crafting. No. But if we wanted, we could just kind of say, hey, how about Merwin? There. And then she could just practice learning crafting and gain some skill points there. As you see, it's not very fast. You must be very grateful that I found you. I will allow you to return the favor later. What about dog? If I recall correctly, dogs cannot talk. That would make this conversation meaningless. I will not waste my time on meaningless endeavors. And Rykard. Don't read too much into this conversation. Not that you would bother to read even if you knew how. Yes, I'm so much better than all of you. What's your job? I was sent to find the book. That means I am likely a librarian. Who else would go to such lengths to obtain a book? And something more. Ever since I've met you, I've been able to read this book that I carry. How is that? I was sure that I could not read. What do you know about the fog? I've never entered it. The elders warned us not to, after all. Why were you so foolish? You know anything about this town that we just found? That's part of my mission, I think. I can remember very little from before you found me. What about the Codex? Yes, that is its name. It's hard to believe that I forgot it, given the weight of my quest. What else have I forgotten? Are you a librarian? I knew one once, I think. I struggle to remember. It slows our progress and helps darkness and helps the darkness. We must not give up. Tell me about books in general. I entered the caverns looking for it. I do not recall how long I wandered the musty tunnels before I found you. The book is of great importance, and I was willing to risk my life for it. I still am. What do you know about dimensions? I will travel anywhere it is needed to fulfill my duties. Land, sea, and powers of darkness will not stop me. What do you know about manatite? You would think being stuck in a cave for so long gave me some knowledge of minerals, but you would be mistaken. I have been so focused on my mission that little else has mattered. We could rename her again if we wanted, and we could just invite her back to the party. Flip. There. Welcome back. Hey, what if Arbo has left the party? Woof, woof, Pant. What's your job? Arrgh. What do you know about the fog? Lies down to rest. And every character has their own little theme song. What do you know about this town? Pants. Yes, we did find a lot of pants. Tell me about the codex. Pants. Oh, we got pant and pants. Librarian? Tilt's head. Everyone else is just... the other two are just watching me talk to the dog. He's like, tell me about this book, boy. Cocks head slightly. That's right. Know anything about alternate dimensions of reality? Tilt's head. How about manatite? More pants. See, he likes me. Woof, woof, and pant. He just sits for Rykard. And he tilts his head at Merwin. And let's see what Rykard has to say. There are other ways to talk to your party members, but this is just the most convenient for at this moment. It's good that we found each other. Time spent without companionship can drain one's inner fire. I speak on the bonds of friendship, of course. Relationships are another issue altogether. It's not like I like you or anything, Babaka. With Merwin about our time together. Let's take this up another time. And Doggy? Few are as loyal a companion as a dog. It's great fortune that you and your master found me. What's your job? I am a man of purpose, to slay that which haunts my dreams. That's my purpose, by the way. Know anything about the fog? I'm unaware of the importance of such thing. Does not a fog come and go as it pleases? I am the same. He's trying so hard to be edgy. Tell me about Calendraur. A fine name indeed. I much prefer when things have interesting names. What about the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom from Ultima? I'm not in this for that object. I follow you as a friend. Also, I get bored, and you find excitement. Actually, it finds you. What about the Librarian? If they tell stories as well as a bard, then I welcome their company. If one can read a story, then perhaps they can tell it. Tell me about books. I have no time for books. Good conversation is all that I need. 1,000 books unwritten are found in the tales of men. And do I have some tales for you? Or I would, if I could remember them. What about alternate dimensions? People have dimensions too. You think you've figured them out, but there's always another angle. Uncovering that complexity is fun, and sometimes troubling. Know anything about manatite? I don't trust it, but I will use it to gain an advantage if I must. Oh, wait. Get back in the group. And here's where we do our crafting. We have recipes, but this is the only one that we know how to make. You know what? No, we're not doing that. We don't need the healing just yet. Day and night I watch this passage. How can you even tell what time it is down here? Do you have a clock up here that's, have fun reading that if you don't know what you're looking at. Do not disturb the artifacts. Okay, fine, we won't break your pots. A tabor, music 1, and a superior necklace with absolutely no stats. It's good to see new faces here. It's been many cycles since anyone new arrived. Merowyn. You look familiar. I have a fair amount of my memories intact, but there are still many holes. Doggo. How delightful! I've not seen a dog in a long time. And Rykard. To think you were just outside our door, yet unable to reach us. It's so funny. What's your job here? I was an archaeologist before the calamity, and I continue that work here. I hope that one day I might unearth something that will help us in this struggle. It's not uncommon to find things that were discarded in the past. Perhaps what was of little value then could be a great help to us. Know anything about the fog? Naira's more of an expert on it, but we've all been into it. I don't think there is a single person who's not found themselves wandering through it at some point. I'm glad it doesn't reach us here. This place is our last chance to survive. I wonder what's happening in other parts of the world. Know anything about treasure? I find many treasures in my digging. This place was once full of life and commerce. If I find anything interesting, I'll stash it in one of the chests nearby. You're welcome to whatever I find. Tell me about Kalandraur. We cannot decipher the true meaning of the name. As a student of history, I have learned that names are always important. Perhaps we'll eventually find out what it means. Tell me about this book. It's old. Maybe you know something about this book. The language in the Codex is beyond my understanding. I've researched many languages, yet it remains a mystery to me. How you are able to read any of it is truly a miracle. Perhaps you were chosen. Know anything about a librarian? Can it be there's someone who knows more than us? I would welcome such a change. There is a library down here. Perhaps there will be something there that can help you? We did find a spell book there. That's something. What do you know about energy? I have not studied it, but we seem safe from it here. If the obelisk were not there, what would happen? Some of it escapes to the surface, no doubt. I do not imagine that it was meant for good. And books? Oh, we have a library here in the Northwest. There are many books, but some are falling apart or were written in dead languages. Making friends. Achievement unlocked. And in 2 hours, this chest will have loot in it again. And that is 2 real-time hours. So, no need to check that. Oh, you have new topics? Oh, I guess we didn't ask him about this stuff. Tell me about the librarian. Yeah, she knows something, then we must find her at all costs. We believe the book to be the key to ending this madness somehow. If she's perished, it'll be up to Calor and I to find whatever we can in the ruins. There's also a library in town. Perhaps there's something of use there? Tell me about energy. Below this place lies a vast reservoir of energy. We do not know its exact nature, but it does not appear to be good. One of the obelisks in this place, the one near the place where you entered from, draws energy from it. I've seen Kazimar use it to summon evil creatures, which he quickly disposes of. Yep, Kazimar, he knows how to... He's just level grinding, that's all. I can respect that. I can respect the hustle. As a scribe, I'm a student of writing, and I feel as though I have taken the brunt of this calamity from a professional perspective. Alright, I think we have asked everyone about everything that we can. Light. Dehydrate. This is the door. I suppose talking to it couldn't hurt. Wait, we gotta click on the lips. So Adonis. Secret unlocked. Seeking the light. These dark passages make it easier to sneak around. It would help to put out the torch too. Yeah, that's if we didn't want to fight enemies, and we do. Short sword, padded armor, a traveler's cloak which increases stealth, and a journal page. The hastily scrawled note appears to have been torn from a journal. It's flecked with what appears to be dried drops of blood. Razid and I decided to try separate passages. I think it was a mistake, but he is wiser than I. All that matters is that the book is kept safe. Already I feel myself slipping away. Even if we can find the passage to Kalandraur, there's no telling whether anyone will be left there to help us. And he didn't find it. I'm going to give Riker the sneak cloak. And I'm taking the padded armor. Or I could give it to Riker, since he's probably going to be up close and personal more than I am. At least for now. Oh, wait. Defense. This is a superior tunic. I didn't notice that. Yeah, I'll take that. Defense 5. And then also pants. And then I think, yep, hat. Boink. Peasant set piece bonus. Barter 2, craft 2, find buried items 2. So now, because I have these 3 items equipped and they're all part of basically the same set, I get a set bonus. And this is per item too. So I'm actually getting 6 points of barter, 6 points of crafting, and 6 points of finding buried items. We don't have a way of digging though. Well, we do, but Arbo can't wear clothes. Like, how would a dog wear pants? I wonder, what if... Give me this. Plop. Boom. Barter. 8. So now it's, go over to skills. 3 plus 9. We have a barter of 12. And that's going to help make things a lot cheaper. No. That's right. It was the staff that gave me +1 to ignite. But I'm not equipped with the staff. So we can sneak. Whoops. There. We can sneak. We move a little bit slower, but there's a chance that enemies will ignore us as we pass by. But like I said, we much prefer to fight. Because fighting is XP, it is skills, it is loot. Sneaking is none of those things. Awoo! Okay. Analsys. Fire. My brand. And now we can actually take our turn. Now that I have spent all of my mana on just those 3 spells. Hoo-cha! Did that get you... Oh, dang, she's got a ways to go on that. Don't really have anything else I could have her do. I guess we can throw some bats. Oh wait, that's right. The bat spell. I should have probably have read the description. Wait, no. Here, and then hop. Maybe I shouldn't have hit that one since that one was on fire. Jump. Do I got anything? I got nothing. I have no mana, so whack. Lannon has memorized Ignite. And we got a lot of bat wings. Okay, we've already memorized Enduring Flame. So we've only got, well, 3 spells, because we've also got Erupt. Let's see what this bat spell is all about. Summons a swarm of bats to attack a random target. Important to know. Deals 2 earth damage against a random target. For each spell level beyond the first, adds 2 bonus earth damage. And then this one, Collapse, drops a large stone onto the target. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Cliff Racers fall, I die. Deal 3 earth damage, 2 piercing, 2 blunt damage against a target within range. Within range, but any line of sight. So just, they could be hiding behind something. I can say, nope, rock. Damage bonuses increase 1 for every spell level beyond the first. Targets that fail to resist physical are stunned for a duration that increases with skill level. Using outdoors halves the damage. And Searing Brand. Temporarily enchant a weapon to deal fire damage. Adds 2 bonus fire damage to a weapon carried by you or an ally. Spell levels increase bonus damage by 2 per spell level. Chance to set fire is not increased. Stacks with other effects and you can only cast 1 weapon enchant per turn. No, that's not accurate. I think you can cast the other ones. At least, maybe. We have to check that when we have some more. Tell me about Erupt. Cause a location to erupt with flame. Cause a location to erupt with flame. Dealing 15 fire damage to that tile and 3 to all surrounding tiles. So it's an AoE. If that tile is not a vent or crevice, halve the damage dealt. After casting, a new crevice is opened. Erupt. Erupt is a good word. Failing to resist fire will catch the target on fire. Skill levels increase damage bonus to the main target by 3 for every level beyond the first. Doesn't affect damage to the surrounding targets. And then finally, resist fire. Guess what it does? Gives an ally 30% protection from fire damage. Each skill level beyond the first gives an additional 3% protection. I have no manas. Uh-oh. Everybody's low on manas. Chomp. You! Come over here! And armor up! These rats can't hit him, can't damage him because his defense is so high. Bats! Oh, I was hoping he'd still be compelled to move towards her, but I guess not. Chomp. Tunnel moss. And we found some more manatite, but once again, we do not have a corundum pickaxe. And there's just a little dancing flame over there. You know, as flames are known to do. A steady breeze blows from the south passage. Go north. Gotcha. Hazard. It's a trap. Success. Also bats. Awoo! Everything's so expensive. Yep, that's reduced as low as it goes. That's reduced. And that's not even leveled up yet. Just go hack it with your sword. Whap. Bats! I always forget to do this, so I'm going to do it right now. Go to our inventory, go to this button right here, and we change our formation. Everyone moves up to the front, except for you, because initiative bonuses. We go first. It puts us closer to the enemies, but that's also good. Plus it puts the fighters up in the front, and Merowyn behind them so she's not blocking the way. Keep your eyes open, Arbo. These caves are full of interesting sights. Wait, who's got the highest awareness? Yeah, Arbo's got 1. I'm at 4. Tell me to keep my eyes open. Secrets. I am focusing on secrets. I found it. I don't think this is a secret. I think it's a spider. Awoo! And you over here. Have you memorized the bats? I think you did. Yeah, you've already got bats memorized. So, I'm not going to bother with that. I don't really care for that spell because it's random. Whoop! Oh no, poisoned! Arbo, fire sword. Oh, I'm out. I threw a rock at him. Level up. Also, we got some string. But the levels ups are just for me and Arbo. We got traits this time. We got a trait point. Oh, we also started with acuity because we are very cute. Gain 2% higher chance of landing a critical hit on your target. this way, we can also... Oh, look! We have new ones to pick from. Cooperation. For each adjacent hero, gain 10% damage bonus. Or Flighty. Gain 1 movement rate. I think I would rather have... Yeah, Transmute. Deal more damage when using transmutation spells and gain levels faster. So it's faster for levels ups and memorizations. Whoops, that was the wrong button for that. I want Magical Alchemist. Good. And also, Arbo's got a point. So let's see. Could get him Brawler, because Arbo's doing hand-to-hand combat. Could give Arbo some magical skills. But no, let's go. We'll go hand-to-hand. Also, skill points. Oops. I do like the idea of Arbo being musically inclined. So, yes. And I've got not many points. So what did you have? Let's see, Spirit and Agility. I think those are skills you've got. Yeah, you're pretty good at that. So, I think we should make her our crafter. Except we don't have skill points for that, so... 3. Could level up our monster lore. See, our one-handed slashing skill, or our one-handed weapon skill, is leveling up just fine on its own without us putting points into it. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and just pop that up. And Rykard is sick. He has caught the plague. Oh yeah, we were going south. Snails! Big snails. Flip! Huta! Awoo! Rocks fall. Oh wait, she's not close enough. Donk! Stunned! You know, sometimes the idea of earth damage has always kind of bothered me because it's a rock. How is it any different from just like hitting them with a club? And then you've got enemies that, oh yeah, well, I absorb earth damage. Hitting me with a rock is gonna heal me somehow. But hitting me with a club still hurts. Much the same way that I dislike whenever ice spells are just drop a block of ice on their head. That's not really doing an ice attack. That's not taking advantage of the cold nature of it. That's just more physical concussive damage. Is a thing that I dislike in some games. Not all of them. This one doesn't do that. Rykard has some fire sword. And, okay, yeah, we were in the process of leveling this up to unlock the next spell. Oh, that's a lot of health. That thing has 34 hit points. Nope, it's on fire now. One step. Quita! Nice. Just set it on fire. Not that it matters, because Arbo's got it covered. We got some snail meat. Mmm, my favorite. Need some gamma correction in here. Okay, just making sure we weren't missing anything. We missed those. That is a rodent of unusual size. Humans? In my lair? What manner of unnatural beast is this? Unnatural? I feed and grow just as you do. Something tells me that our diets are not at all similar. Come, feed upon the essence of the Dark Lord left beneath this place. Dark Lord? New quest has been added. The Dark Lord. He has not revealed himself in many cycles, but his children still grow. He left much food for us. What you call food is questionable. It is more than just food. It is a feast, and now I will feast upon you! There will always be a Dark Lord. Yep, and they always have the title of Dark Lord. And you would think at some point they'd think about it, just say, you know what? Maybe I'm the baddie. Maybe I shouldn't aspire to be Dark Lord. The voice is more James Earl Jones and less Voldemort. Well, unfortunately, I cannot do a good James Earl Jones. So you will just have to deal with what I give you. Wha! Ow! You know, since this is a boss, how about we just crank this back up? Whoop! Well, I guess one reason to not do that is because it uses all of my mana. This is, yeah, how about a good time? This is a good time for this. We'll just, whoop. Arbo, because I got a feeling Rykard is about to have a bad day. What else we got? It can, oh, it unlocked Flame Lance. How much health does he have? 55? I don't want to accidentally hit Rykard, because I know how this spell works. So we'll go down here. Let's read about it, shall we? Shoots a lance of fire in a straight line, hitting everything in its path. Deal 4 fire damage with a chance to ignite your target. Skill levels increase damage bonus by 2 for every level beyond the first. Oh, wait, no. This would not help with that. I was thinking the ability we'll get after this one that makes it so friendlies are exempt from our attacks. Oh, that rock is blocking me. The rock is blocking me. I can't do anything. I chose a bad spot. Yes. You will also cast this, and then it specifically said we don't need line of sight for this spell. Donk, stunned. Nice. much health does Rykard have? 'Cause he's, that's a very small pixel. 1. I don't think he's gonna live. Yep, Rykard died. Well, I will stand behind this guy then. And I will buff my sword. And I will stab him in the back. Donk. Unfortunately, Rykard fell in battle. And, oh, no, he's fine. He's going to be participating in this conversation. What is that? It looks like a keystone from an archway. Not that I'm a mason or an architect, I think. You do not strike me as an architect. Oh, come on, Lennon. Well, Arbo? Bork bork. There, you see? When we reach the surface, we should see if anyone knows about this. Got a bow. Ooh, a silver recurve bow. Can you use that? You could. But I'd rather just you still have, staff. Well, kind of stinks that, that Rykard died in there. Really, really hope this reses him because I've never actually had someone die this early in the game. Alright, we're good. You know what else we can do? Oh, that's a lot. That costs a lot. I don't know if I should level this thing up like that. Not until we have more mana to work with. That's the problem with leveling up your spells. It makes them more expensive, and that could work against you. But you can always level them, reduce their power. Hey, tell me about the Dark Lord. Quest updated. Before any of us were born, there was a king who ruled over the entire face of Salmaria. Even the moons bent to his power. I do not know where he came from, or in fact if this Dark Lord was even a man. The texts that I possess do not say where he came from. Rumors were that he was immortal, some kind of god or demigod. None knew for sure, except perhaps the librarian we seek. His power was so great that he ruled all the lands. But even in this strength, he was not all-knowing. Good men and women rose up to challenge him. At last, they defeated him, and he's been gone from this world ever since. You bring troubling news of dark power beneath us. Even if this is all that remains of him, it still contains his will and follows his purposes. You should seek out the library in town. Perhaps some of the librarian's books contain more information on the subject. Any light shed on this may help stop the calamity that eats at our minds. Also, we found a weird keystone. And you say the stone reacted to the slaying of that creature? Fascinating. Perhaps it was a test of strength. I will study this. In the meantime, talk to someone else. Like you. It's good to find others who can read. Now, tell me about the Dark Lord. Oh, there are writings, but most of them are lost. Time is not kind to manuscripts. If only we had a way to preserve things for longer. I suppose we can go back to carving on stones. or USB drives. Speaking of stones, we found a keystone. It lit up. I wonder if there's symbology in it being a keystone. I see no reason it should look like any other kind of stone in particular. Perhaps it acts as a key of some sort. Calor's always digging up strange things. You should talk to him. He's usually at the dig site west of here. Nope, he's actually right here. What do you know about Dark Lords? Oh, that sort of thing isn't very difficult. It's very difficult to find archaeological evidence for. Supernatural forces do not always leave traces the way we do. Oh, don't get me wrong, I believe that he existed for a number of reasons, but proving it is quite difficult. What about keystones? The ancient people here etched many sacred markings into stone. Some contained power, while others did not. What you described sounds so familiar. Oh yes, the room next to the alchemist station has a large door with strange markings on the archway. This one down here. And one of them's lit. The stone is lit, fam. It hasn't been 2 hours yet, has it? Nope, it's only been 30 minutes. What about the trainer guy? Can I find him? Is he he wanders around. What do you know about librarians? I suppose we need her. Everyone says so, but really we need everyone here to succeed. Or we need everyone here to succeed. Let us not undervalue anyone who's helping. Tell me about energy. I assume you have interest in the obelisk. It can summon all manner of fiends. They can be somewhat useful for training, but ultimately offer limited experience and rarely drop items. There is no substitute for a dynamic fight in the field. If you wish to use it, there is a lever in the East Hall that will allow you to cross, but beware, these creatures can still kill you. What about books? I must admit that my mind drifts away when others speak of books and scrolls. I don't know if it's my memory loss or whether I never cared for them much. I suppose I shall not know the answer unless we succeed. And we will succeed. What about Dark Lords? I wonder, was he truly wrapped in darkness, or was it just a title? My throat is especially scratchy today, and it might be because of all the reading. What about keystones? I have little interest in stones and symbols, and can therefore be of no help. I hope that you find what you're looking for. Oh wait, I don't need to actually go anywhere to fast travel. Wait, yeah. I fast traveled back here, but we can't teleport back to that keystone. We have to walk. Now, luckily, or perhaps unluckily, monsters don't respawn very quickly. In fact, you can set this respawn rate in the preferences and it defaults to 10 days. However, even with that, I have not seen enemies respawn. Secrets! Potions! Seeking the light. We made it! 10 experience! Yeah! Woof woof! And what will you do now that you are free? I guess I'll continue looking for my sheep. And the book? Will you take it with you or see it to its master? Seems only right that I return it, but who does it belong to? I do wish I could remember. We should ask around town. Perhaps someone will know of the book. Then it's settled. We return the book, and then I continue my search. And I shall go with you, friend. You are talented at finding trouble, it seems. And I happen to be looking for trouble. Act 2. Gerbald Renaud. Greetings, peasant! You are looking most peasantly today. From Merowyn? Why, hello, my good lady. Whatever are you doing with this ruffian? For Rykard? You look somehow familiar. Have we met? And Arbo. Hello there, good boy. May I interest you in a treat? No? Too good for garlic, are we? Perhaps you should let your owner do the talking. What's your job here? Is it not apparent? I am this town's fancy dresser. No doubt I was elected to this position because of my excellent sense of style, which has been a Renaud family trait for generations. True, I cannot recall who my parents are, but I am certain, yes, certain! What do you know about the smart-ass NPC? What do you know about the fog? Even if I desired to enter it, I would not. I would send a peasant like you. No offense. Ever heard of a Calendrour? Oh, a fancy name to be sure. I want to keep talking about this, really I do, but I have matters to attend to. So many matters. You know anything about this book? Big words do not make a big man. Money does, and I have lots of it. No, away with you! I got a book. Books are of little use to me. Perhaps if there was anyone able to make out the gibberish found within. It matters not. My collection was used for fuel many cycles ago. At least, it was I think it was many cycles ago. It doesn't really matter. If you must know more, ask a farmer. What's his name again? That farmer sometimes speaks of a librarian. Though I don't recall one. The library's been closed for many cycles. Now off with you! Shoo! What about the Dark Lord? Am I to be impressed by such a lowly title? A baron is of much higher stature than a lord. Now leave me alone. I can hardly breathe with your stink in the air. Tell me about you. I don't recall telling you anything about it. Renaud is my family name, though. Perhaps this place was built by one of my ancestors. Stab. What do you know about peasants? Some people are just born more important. It isn't your fault. Many of the families in this town were of noble blood once, but they lost it along the way. Only I was able to maintain the dignity of nobility. The rest waste their time with, well, I don't even know, peasant stuff. Oh, he can train us in one-handed weapons. Stab. Oh, he has quest. Delicate palate. It has been a long time since I have feasted on a rare delicacy that can only be found in the caves below us. I, of course, have no interest in getting my hands dirty. However, I will pay well for snail meat. Sure. In fact, we even have some. Bring me 5 quality pieces of snail meat, and I will reward you handsomely. It's the only way I can do anything. You will have to ask the mayor for the key. He locked those creatures away, and not without good reason. He wants us to escort go get him some. Hello, weary traveler. Let me play you a song. Lady, or Merowyn. Ahoy, weary maiden. Would you care to dance? Rykard. Welcome, weary stranger. Might I interest you in a tale? Dog! Greetings, weary canine. I have no use for this trinket obtained in my travels. Would you like it? Sure. Thanks. What'd you just give us? Dog armor. Hang on, I can identify this. Look. Plus 30% damage versus incorporeal and lifesteal. Boop. Also, Merowyn and Riker leveled up earlier, so they get new traits. For her, I'm going to give her Protector. For reasons. And for him... Oh, wait, go back. Skills. There. Okay. Traits. By traits. You know what? I think I could give him Flighty, since, you know, he is thiefy guy. Backstabbing is kind of his jam. In fact, I should probably just swap out that short sword for a dagger. I think we have one. Let's see, what's the difference? 1 to 2, 2 to 5. Oh, plus 4, plus 5. 2% crit chance times 4, or 1% times 2. He's gonna be a crit backstabbing machine. Anyway, back to this. What's your job here? I am a bard. I beguile weary visitors with instrument, song, and tale. It is a life worth pursuing, and only one pursued by those willing to give up the comforts of having a home and family. Know anything about the fog? I've traveled through enough of it to know that I do not wish to re-enter it. It is no normal fog, mind you. I see visions of my memories flash on its edge, a reminder as my thoughts leave me. I used to know so many stories. Ever heard of Kalendrower? Yes, that place does sound familiar, but I cannot place it. How about this book? Are there not many codexes? Codexes? Codex, maybe? Regardless, the word usually refers to some collection of knowledge. Anyways, I know nothing about them. Ever heard of a librarian? Most towns have at least one, depending on the size of the library, but it is most odd if you ask me. Why bind up blank sheets together? To what end? I must be missing something. Oh, that reminds me. I lost one on the way here. A book, not a librarian. I was staying in a small home just west of here. How long ago was that? Cycles, maybe? What about books? I used to carry one with me on my journeys. Perhaps I still have it? Ah, yes, here it is. You may have it, but not for free. Would you be willing to find my lost loot? Sure. It's called The Voice of Errolus. It has been passed down in my family for, well, a long time, probably. I dropped it into the stream near the inn, and it disappeared over the edge of the waterfall. Tell me about zeniths, because apparently I can ask you about that for some reason. It is a beautiful word. There was a time when I felt that I was at my zenith, and now I feel closer to a nadir. Sorry to confuse. These words do have strength, or have to do with strength or height. When a moon reaches zenith, it can be felt as much as seen. At least, it can to those who are paying attention. There are legends of those who can absorb the power of the moons, but in all my travels, I have not seen such a thing. At least that I can recall. Ever heard of a Dark Lord? Of course I've heard the tales, and possibly made some of my own. A reign of such length surely has room for my own take. I was writing a series, but I can't imagine how. Nor do I know where any of the copies are. I'm suddenly quite sad, and I don't know why. I feel like I've lost something important to me. Certainly I'm prone to losing things lately. What do you know about that jackass back there that we just wanted to stab? I've heard that name before. It was from a story about a sacred place with protective magic. The hero of the story takes shelter in an ancient shrine to hide from evil. The shelter shields him, and he has time to heal. I don't remember much else, sadly. Many of the stories I once knew are fragmented. Why did I become a bard if I'm so bad at remembering? He can train us in music, but we can also do some shopping. Ooh, health regen. Or willpower, music, ranged weapons too. Nobody's using ranged weapons. I think this person might join our party. They have fancy music, or different music. Greetings, are you a resident of this town, or a traveler like me? Dog. Oh, what a sweet thing you are. I had a whatever you are once when I was a child, I think. They have dubstep. Well, she does seem to wub to dogs. Hello there. If you ever want to get a drink, I'm here all day and night. I never go anywhere since I can scarcely remember who I am. We are in a nightmare. You look as if you have seen many moons, but not enough sunlight. You should get a drink. Might do you well. What's your job? Well, the best thing about being a bard is that it isn't a job at all. I am only doing what I love. I can't remember nearly as many songs as I once could, but I can still get a tavern singing along. Tell me about the fog. I had to travel through it to get here, though I can't remember where I was before, or what I did while I was in it. I suppose this is my life now. Not a bad place to start one. A life, that is. I've always admired the small towns. What about Calendraur? Is that a small town? Such a name is worthy of song. I can already hear the melody. What about this book? It's a codex. I may not be able to help you with this, but I could always write a song about it. We shall see if inspiration seizes me. What about a librarian? Can you write a song about that? I once saw a library. It was open, though, not like the one you have here. So many stories, but I cannot recall how we learned the stories from it. I think it had something to do with books. You know anything about books? They're useless, I suppose. Can you think of a use for wood thinly sliced other than tinder? Maybe they once had a purpose. I prefer the more intangible. Like songs. They're made and reside in our minds. They can be shared along a journey, and each telling they can change. Each artist makes it their own. That actually sounds terrible. Because then the story changes and you lose track of what actually happened. Zenith, nadir, up and down, but not quite. It has more to do with energy or light. I'm no expert, though. What about Dark Lords? I once knew a song about him, but I forgot it. Hey, how about that jackass Renault? You want to go stab him? Songs do tell of a great warrior by that name, a noble house with a long lineage of heroes, many of which had songs crafted in their honor. Could it be that he lived in such a simple town? It would not surprise me, for I have often found great things in simple places. In fact, I reckon they're more likely to rise in such places. Can't say why. For some reason, she does actually join your party, but I can't remember what you got to do to make that happen. Welcome to the town of Emerisk. Wait a moment, I recognize you. Welcome back. It's been a while since I last saw you wandering off to find your lost sheep. What about the dog? Hello there, good sir. Welcome to Emerisk. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? How rude. Merowyn. Hello again, lass. You didn't follow that young fool into the fog, did you? My warnings were clear, you know. Emerisk has few enough young folk as it is. We need every last one of you if we're to prepare for the next cycle. And Rykard. Welcome, stranger. That's odd. Why do I feel like you shouldn't be here? Eh, forget I said anything. I mean no disrespect. What's your job? Oh, I am the welcoming committee for Emerisk. The one and only member, too. I welcome folks to our fine town. We're a small enough town that only one member is needed on the committee. Fog? I warn that nobody should enter it, but does anybody listen to me? Well, yes, I suppose most of them do. And they well should. Everyone knows there's nothing beyond the fog. What about Calendrower? Linen drawer? You should stay out of my things. What about the Codex? Just one among many strange utterances. They come from below us and sometimes above. Do you not hear the maddening words? Anyway, what was I saying? Know anything about books? Oh, the library once had numerous books, but it was destroyed many cycles ago. I don't see why one book would be so special anyways. It's not as though anyone knows how to read. Now that you've got me thinking, where did books even come from if nobody knows how to read? Perhaps it was those treacherous Agmarians. What's an Agmarian? Agmarians are foul people, if they can even be called people. Half lizard they are, and vicious too. Stories say they betrayed mankind in ages past. True or not, I still don't trust them. They sound cool. I want to meet one. Tell me about the Dark Lord. Defeated, gone, irrelevant. In the dark times, there was countless evils walking the land. Now there is nothing. Well, mostly nothing. Nothing enough to be worried about. Defeated, I say. Definitely not still around. You know anything about Renault? The Renault family was once very prominent in the town, the village of Emerisk. It's the only habitable place in the whole world, you know. Emerisk? Emerisk is the most amazing place in all of Solmaria. That's because it's the only town in Solmaria, and the rest of the world is fog. We are humble folk. Well, except for the Baron. We are mostly farmers of one kind or another. Each resident of the town is vital to our survival and serves an important function. That is why we cannot have people running off into the fog, never to return. Quest: deep cleaning. At least once a month, I must clean up after the tiny slime spawn that work their way up through the floors of the hall. If you eliminate as many of the adults as you can, I would be most grateful. Quest! Take this key. It will allow you into the deeper parts of the cave, where most of the slimes dwell. Just be glad you only have to deal with the medium-sized ones. Wait, did he have something to sell? Oh, he can teach us barter. And now, Renault's got some new stuff to say. Actually, everyone has new stuff to say. You can ask him about the town. This is a fine village. I would not settle for anything less, even if others did exist. What do you know about the Agmarians? That sounds like a very uninteresting word. Try asking someone else. Do you know anything about Agmarians? Hello, weary traveler. Let me play you a song. Agmarians. You've heard of them? How unusual. Most in the village have not. I once knew a very friendly one, but I cannot recall his name. We even traveled together, believe it or not. Those who do know of their existence often see them only as vile enemies, but I find them fascinating and quite sexy. Do you know anything about this town? The mayor says there are no other villages, but I can prove it. I know all the greatest hits from the nearby villages. I shall sing one for you. Let's see. Something about a goat, 2 loaves of bread. No, that was dinner. Perhaps the mayor's right. I was so sure, and yet now I can't recall any. You know anything about this town? I've been welcomed here, and I think I might stay. Also, I had a bit of a spat with some Agmarians along the way, and I'd rather not venture back into the fog. I once heard of an Emerisk in song, but it was much larger than this and full of grandeur. Perhaps this is all that's left. Life often builds on the ruins of that which came before, determined not to give up on the past. So noble, and at other times, so sad. You know anything about Agmarians? Oh yes, they are quite real. Many will slay you on sight, yet others are gentle. I suppose they're not that different from mankind in such respects. I know a song which tells of their betrayal to men long ago. Who knows if it's true? Songs grow and change just as we do. In that way, I consider them to be alive. Okay, so you just said you know a song about them and you don't know if it's true because you were telling us earlier songs can change. So it's not really a good way to judge them. Venture? I've been traveling for so long, and to be honest, the food has been quite dull. I haven't had something sweet to eat in ages. I don't suppose you'd be willing to fetch me a cake, would you? Sure. New quest. I have heard the Baron talking, loudly I should say, that he has been selling sweets to people, but they keep forgetting that they paid him or even asked for food. He stores all the excess in crates and stashes them somewhere below his house. Venture. Oh, my venturing days are over. A new adventure has begun. I will teach others the things I've seen. Can I ask you about venturing? Nope, good. Harvest quantity below standard. Something has changed. Another abomination? Perhaps this is the monster I've been seeking. Grrr. New entities observed. Asses. Entities? You are the only entity here. Caution, friends. This may be beyond our strength. You see, hear. Impossible. What are you? The harvest does not require answers. We go. No, you just... Bye. Kitty! You can interact with the kitty. Water bucket. You ever get the feeling something is watching you?
Me. Wow. Cast Puddins.
Puddins. Mana points are given for a limited time and can rise above the maximum mana points. It's Endelidius. Whoop. This is a pretty flower. Woof. What's your job here? Barks at sheep. Know anything about the fog? Woof. Know anything about calendar hour? Rough. Know anything about the codex? Tilts head. Know anything about this book? Tilts head. Know anything about that jerk? Growl. Know anything about this town? Bark. Know anything about the Agmarians? Tilts head. Woof. Woof. Growl. Hello, other dog. It is good to be dog as well. Dog time's fun. I share treasure. Follow creek to splash. Dig. Joy. A dog's world. Aha! Dig, 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 dig. Dig, dig, dig. Found. Dog armor. Whoops. It also got a bone shield and a rogue's belt. Well, I will give Rykard the rogue belt. Bloop. We did have mini Borks. I bet you that's what it sounded like when the two dogs were talking to each other. And then Arbo led us over here, dug this up. Retry. Oh, that's because the wrong person was checking it. Also, this bone shield. Let's see, armor 2. And it has some resists to slash, pierce, and magic. Armor 1. I'll take that bone shield. That's an upgrade for me. And I'll give this buckler to Riker. And let's try this again. There we go. Ashkin's Shell. Armor 4. Resists all weapon damage 5%. Resists slash, pierce, and blunt an additional 5%. And ignore armor 3. Dunk. Getting some good stuff for the pupper. This job's a lot easier than farming. I used to wander the Rocky Hills as a lad. Till the accident. Growl. You can't actually go into the fog. They will stop you. I could use someone like you to help her with rounding up sheep. Merowyn, it's good to see you again. I trust all is well? Rykard, you look able-bodied. We can use some strong labor around here. If you need work, let me know. And me. Are you in search of stable work? See what I did there? Really, though, we could use someone for the stables. The horses don't seem to trust anyone anymore. What's your job? I am a farmhand, of course, like most folks here. Though lately I've been teaching myself engraving. I find it much more satisfying than harvesting grain or feeding animals. One day I hope to make a business out of it. Engraving? I like to carve symbols onto stone in my free time. They have meaning to me. I'm unsure why. It's like I know them personally. Surely this is what reading and writing was like. Tell me about the fog. When animals wander in, they usually don't come back. They do not come back. A few weeks ago, some fool wandered in saying they lost something. I think they were a shepherd. You ever heard of Kalendrower? I'm sorry, that name's not familiar to me. What about the Codex? I've not heard of it, no. What about a librarian? Oh, we had a librarian once. She worked in the library, of course. It's the most marvelous building in town, is it not? I believe it to be the oldest as well. I wonder what secrets it holds. Book. I'm not too familiar with them. A life of farming does not leave much time for other pursuits. Even so, I have been practicing my engraving skills. It's strange that I can draw these runes from memory. I don't know where I learned them, and my memory clears as I draw, but fades again when I stop. What about the Dark Lord? Well, that's an odd name. What if we were all named for how we look and what we do? I could just imagine people with surnames like Smith, Taylor, and... Oh. Never mind. What about Renault? The songs do tell of a great warrior by that name, a noble house with a long lineage of heroes, many of whom have had songs crafted in their honor. Could it be that he lived in such a simple town? It wouldn't surprise me, for I've often found great things in simple places. In fact, I reckon they're more likely to rise in such places. I can't say why. What about this town? Long has it been the home of my family. Our name is not great, like the Renaults, of course, but without us, what would they have eaten? Goblin meat? What's a goblin? Goblin these nuts! Ha-ha! A fairy tale, perhaps. Though Renaults were said to have engaged in many battles with them when this town was first established. If they did exist, they haven't shown themselves since. I prefer it remains that way. What about the Agmarians? I know nothing of that name, though I remember a word in the old tongue that I was once taught. Agamar. I think it was a city. Perhaps there's some connection? Quest. Tablet of Glyphs. I do plan to do more with my engraving studies, but I can't read. And for some reason, I seem to grasp ancient glyphs fairly well. And I need an example to study. In particular, I remember seeing an old tablet in the library. Would you bring it to me? Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I bet there are a lot of people who'll come to see this. I don't have a key to the library, unfortunately. I sincerely hope you find a way in. Stuff to sell? Nope. Nope. Smith hammer. Ooh, pastries. But that is not a cake. Wag's tail. Doggy is happy in this place. It's a church. A book. A spell book. Luinamar's blessing. Power surges through this book's pages. Heal, cure, heavenly rain, judgment, Luinamar's breath. It's a healing book. Let's see, have you... you still don't have that yet. Potion of Minor Rejuvenation restores both health and mana. Plain ordinary shoes. A potion of stealth. Looks like some kind of weird pickled berries. Healer's Field Manual. This isn't a spell book. This is a normal book. But it gives us first aid levels. Binding wounds and fear. To those that choose the honorable path of healing, may many blessings extend to you. I wish to begin with an experience of mine, which did forge my spirit into what it is today. On the fields of southern Anduar, facing the might of Aladen's marauders, I came to face a question that all healers must face. Who shall I save? Surrounding you are wounded. Some are your company, others are the enemy. In such a slaughter as the Battle of Four Fields, even the healers could be found among the wounded and dead. It is here that you will find your true heart. There are many common answers to this question of who to save. The one who needs it most, that he may live. The one who needs the least, so he may continue the fight. And lastly, yourself, so that you may continue to heal others. The lesson I wish to convey is that there is no wrong answer, only a wrong heart. You will be forced to make quick decisions in such places. What you decide will vary and may seem almost at a whim, yet a choice made from fear will lead you to darker places still. This is where guilt and shame lie. Do you fear that you may lose the man who is gravely wounded? Perhaps you fear having to look a more able man in the eyes, knowing what faces him. And perhaps you fear for your own life. Do not fall subject to this fear, for our business is that of love and duty, which cannot coexist with fear, for they are at odds. Medicine is only part of what you must master, for once you leave your mentor, you will face more than a challenge of knowledge. Peace be with you, Acolyte, and may you bring light to those who are hurting. Region of Simbori Medical School from The Sims. Percival Silver Dragon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the lair. We are playing Caves of Lore. It's a pretty obscure little RPG that was recommended to me by GOG when I went to buy a different game. And this turned out to be a real diamond in the rough. Ghosts. It's also very text heavy, so I am reading much, and my voice does not appreciate it. Is this where we came in? Yeah, this is the inn. Or not the inn, the tavern. Which is different from the inn. I have a very nice view of the cattle. Ooh, treasure. Oh, locked? Not if my thief has anything to say about it. Magic hat. Resist acid 10%. Magic pants. Backstab. Also, we can still use shops even if the shopkeeper isn't present. It's honor system. We just take our money. We just buy whatever we want. Leave the money behind. We don't want to buy any of this though. It's just meats. We see many people wander out of the fog. Yep. Speaking of, here's someone right there. South to Seagard. North to here. I ignored the elders once. I will not do it again. A fine wooden staff. Oh, +1 to analyze. Lockpick. Failed. No. Rykard, you let me down. Now let's see what he's got for sale. Can forge items. Well, we don't have any materials to forge with. He's got a dagger that has, let's see. How is it any different? Oh, it just has 2 higher maximum damage. Superior leather armor. Not to be confused with that junk that you find elsewhere. How much is that? $15? Sure. We also have some studded leather boots. It's $98. Nice to meet you, friend. May I interest you in some clothing? The flax is grown here in Imrisk. Not that there's anywhere else it might grow. Merowyn. Greetings, milady, tips Fedora. May I interest you in a bolt of fine cloth? Rykard. Oh, hello. Forgive my shyness. We don't see too many of your type around here. Would you like some yarn? Doggy. Hello, sweet pup. Would you like me to knit you a sweater? Yes. I want to see that. What's your job, as if it weren't obvious? I serve as a tailor. There used to be others, but they wandered off into the fog somewhere. Now I must make all the clothes. I specialize in fabric from all over the town. Where else would it come from? What about the fog? Some people emerge from it with new clothing fashions that I've never seen before. How unusual. Ever heard of Kalendraur? I read of it in a book once. That is, I wish I had, for I can't read. Alas. What about the Codex? Is that some kind of stitch? If so, I'd like to learn it. Ever heard of a librarian? Oh, she had a wonderful collection of books. I remember the day of her funeral. Normally there's a big to-do and I make fancy clothes, but she requested nothing of the sort beforehand, which was only a week in advance, as if she knew she would pass. I do recall her asking for a book to be buried with her, though. Her daughter performed the burial alone. So the librarian we're looking for is dead. Great. Ever heard of a book? Oh, how I love reading! What a strange thing to say, considering I can't read. Forgive me. Dark Lords? The only Dark Lord I know of is the Baron. He truly has a heart of stone. Yeah, he is a bit of an ass. What about Renault? I don't care for that gentleman at all. His coin I will accept, for he frequently orders new clothing. His home is haunted, you know. I once heard strange noises coming from under the floor while visiting. What about this town? This is the town I have known my whole life. Except for when I was a child. I was born in another place. Yes, Emersk is the only town in the world, and a fine one at that. Everybody's a little bit scrambled. It's almost like they're being forced to not only just forget things, but also, like, remember things incorrectly. What about the Agmarians? I believe that I once read of such creatures. The library used to have a collection of books on strange creatures. Any book you could imagine was there. Oh yes, now I recall. They are said to be a gentle but powerful race. It reminds me of the woodsman on the east side of town. I would very much like to meet him. What about goblins? They are nothing like the Agmarians. Goblins are cruel and ugly. Though, can they be blamed for how they look? And I wonder, are they all really so cruel? Regardless, I would not venture near them without great caution. What about fabric? Everything is like a fabric, in a way. Things wear down and holes appear. Even things like reality. I once saw a hole in the rock, but it did not lead into the hills. It led somewhere entirely different. And something watched me from inside. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you with my strange memories. There's no way that what I remember is real. My mind is a mess these days. Everyone's mind is. Have you noticed? What you got for sale? Shoes. A mana curtain. Armor 1. Mana cost reduction +3. Only 12,000 gold. What a bargain. Clothing bits. Some more clothing bits. More clothing bits. We're going to be selling so much clothing bits. Nope, not what I wanted. Clothing. Wait, what's this over here? Welcome, young one. Are you new to these parts? Because I have no memory of you. Tripping on shrooms? You know it. It's called magic mushrooms. Minus the mushrooms. Most of my armor is built for men, but it'll protect you nonetheless. A weapon, on the other hand, needs only a fine grip to feel right. Riker? Do I know you? Perhaps a frequent customer?
The colors. Duke.
Duke.
The colors.
Kestrar.
Kestrar.
It's good to see you again, boy. I trust you're keeping the flock safe as always. Everybody seems to remember the dog. What's your job here? I am a smith. I smelt ore and work various metals into fine craftsmanship. I take nearly any request, and I'm looking for an apprentice. Mine went in search for ore and hasn't returned. Poor what's his name? Poor what's his name? I think I had an apprentice. I also buy weapons and armor from travelers and from those adventurous enough to risk the caves. There are many ancient treasures waiting to be found. What about the fog? Yeah, fog's annoying, but I rarely leave my workshop. It doesn't seem to corrode the iron or interfere with my work in any way, so it doesn't bother me. I wouldn't go wandering into it, though. Few who do return. The woodcutter did, and hasn't been the same since. Because the dog is the best character, he's staying in the party. Ever heard of a Kalendrower? It sounds very similar to some ancient sounds I know. Maybe even the name of some animal. What about a codex? It doesn't sound familiar, sorry. What about practice? Well, I've had these sitting around for a long time for sure. Help yourself. My fighting days are long gone. Bonk. Would be disappointed if you didn't have the doggo in the party. Dog's actually pretty good. Even if he can't wear regular, real armor, he's got his own tricks. What about a librarian? I don't remember much about her, except that she taught me some of the old tongue. If you know what I mean. Nobody speaks it anymore. Ever heard of a book? Well, the tailor says they used to be filled with words that could teach you things you didn't already know. Sounds odd, but I have no use for such things. Smithing is a skill that must be taught in person. You know anyone who want to be an apprentice? What about Dark Lords? Some evil force that died out long ago, but doesn't even matter. Evil still lives on without him, and likely was around before he ever showed up. What about that Renault guy? An ancient name, that is. An ancient family, going back generations. Our current Renault is nothing like the stories I once heard. Noble they were, and good. The Baron cares more about clothes and food than anything else, but who can blame him? Do not most aspire to these two things? I can't help but feel there's more to life. What about this town? My family taught me words from the old tongue when I was young. I still remember a few. One in particular, Emrys. It means to wash the darkness with light. What does this signify? I wonder. This is an old town with many secrets. What about the old tongue? It is both spoken and written. It had so much depth that a single word could have an entire tradition of meaning and story within it. I know a little of the runes, but you could speak with that Tristram boy. He's always talking about them. We met him. Bleh. Pie. What about the Agmarians? Better than Skafen, or goblins. Long ago they tread these roads, or so I was taught. It's odd, my memory is faint these days, but the things I learned in the old tongue I remember the most. I would prefer not to meet any. What about goblins? Born wicked or taught it, I don't know, but their deeds are rarely in the favor of humankind, or so I've heard, so they are very evil. None of these creatures may even exist. I only know the stories I heard growing up. What's a Skafen? Closer to toads than men they are, and yet some say they can speak. It sounds hideous to me. I could sell you something to smash them if you ever weren't fortunate to come upon one. What about iron deficiency? Lately my stock of iron has been dwindling. I used to purchase from a miner. I can't remember who. If you'd bring me some raw ore, I'll reward you. Sure, we'll do that. Best of luck to you. There's ore everywhere. You just need a pickaxe in order to gather any. The last fellow who bought one wandered into the crack in the rocks just west of here, near the town exit. I'll have more for sale later. Failed. So that's where we're going to get a pickaxe, is a crack in the rock. Oh, that's it down there. House? Big house. Big house in the middle of the street. I mean, where else are you going to find a big house? Cape? Oh, +2 to monster lore and also first aid. You know what? I'll take it for the monster lore. Blip. Some clothes. Easy. Oh, +3 to hit, and also +1 to resist shock. That's a pretty nice ring. Oh no, Doggo is still using this for to learn resist fire. Maybe someday he'll be good enough to cast it. Secrets. Failed. Oh, secret. There. So there's a couple of locks in here that we can't open. This lock is beyond my skill. So we'll have to come back whenever Reichard's got some more lock picking. I suppose we are destined to crawl through the darkness. I'm very glad you came to visit me here. I'm so bored and lonely. I ignored the elders once. I will not do it again. Why is there no fog here? Can we actually leave? This road is unsafe. I remember this. Secret. Whip of Toughness. Greetings, traveler. Forgive my boldness, but you seem familiar to me, yet I'm sure I don't know you. Well met, my lady. Would you like your usual herb bundle? Oh, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You look weary, sir. I have some herbs that might be able to help. Also, I recommend a bath and a square meal. Perhaps some new clothes as well. Doggo, you should avoid wolfsbane. It is a most foul herb for your kind. What's your job here? As if we couldn't tell. I am the town herbalist. I help treat injuries and make cooking more interesting. With all the spices I have, it figures my husband prefers his food bland. He didn't always, I think. What about fog? All my knowledge and memory stops at the fog. Even the herbs that grow on its edge feel unknown to me. We all know something is wrong, but we can't find the words. Would you like some tea? Oh yes, please, I would love some tea right now. Ever heard of a Calendraur? Is it a plant? It doesn't sound like a plant. What about the Codex? The thing you speak of is told in legend. I do not know where this memory originates, but the Codex holds power. Not the thing itself, though. That's just leather and paper. What about books? I read only the signs of nature, but I have heard of those that can read the bark on a tree as if it were pages in a book. It's too bad books aren't real, though. I've never even heard of one. What were we talking about? What about the Dark Lord? I know very little of such things. I recognize the name, but it has no meaning to me. What about Renault? Oh, that name does sound familiar to me, but most names do. Imagine me knowing someone with a name of high honor. Preposterous! I know. I'm just a simple herbalist. I'm just a little girl. Imrisk. Imrisk is a wonderful place to grow up. It's filled with kind-hearted people and also that Renault guy who care deeply for one another, except for that Renault guy. I feel as though I know some of them very deeply, and yet I know nothing about them. Is that strange? At least I have my husband. Is this foreshadowing? Maybe. maybe not. Weird things are afoot. What about Agmarians? Are they a kind of mushroom? I know a lot about mushrooms. You should never eat the ones with the kind that... I can't seem to remember much about them after all. They must all be safe to eat. Goblins? I'm unfamiliar with that plant. Is it dangerous? Scaphin? I've not only heard of them, but seen them as well. They can be found foraging in the caves and are very dangerous. What about mushrooms? They have very specific conditions that they like to grow under. Once you learn where they like to grow, it's easier to find them. And if you wait long enough after picking, they grow back. Tunnel vision. The caves beneath Imrisk. The caves beneath Imrisk are full of a special moss that can be used in healing potions. It's been too long since I ventured into the caves myself. My husband says it's too dangerous now. If you bring me some, I'll make a batch of potions for you. We can do that. If you can't find any moss, know that it regrows in about 2 weeks' time. You can always check back later. And round them up. My garden has been under constant assault for the squirrels and rabbits in the area. I'd be very appreciative if you could help. We can do that. Take these allnuts and carrots. You can use them to lure pests into a fenced area in the northwestern part of town, where the stables are. Rabbits used to be raised there, and it should make a good place to keep them out of trouble. Use these allnuts and carrots to bait the critters. When they follow you, lock them up. Kitty! We could give the kitty some milk, but do not ever do that. In real life. What is this? Necklace with no stats. Mine now. Hello, friend. It's always nice to see a new face. Or have we met? Hello, ma'am. Welcome to Imrisk. Hello, sir. You look like a man with many tales to tell. I'd love to hear them sometime. I could use some help from a good boy like you. I keep losing things in the garden soil while tilling, and that's why I wear my wedding ring around my neck. However, I don't recall what I lost anymore. Yeah, sure, we'll search that. I'm grateful for your help. I once found an ancient coin while digging with my hoe. That's not a nice thing to call your wife. But I've yet to come across my lost trinket. And she has a name, you know. So what's your job? Oh, I grow and sell vegetables. It's my love of plants that drew my wife and I together. What about the fog? Well, normally fog is good for my crops. It settles into a fine dew in the morning for my thirsty plants. But the fog on the edge of town is not wet. How odd. Ever heard of a Calendrower? I don't know much about fancy things like that, but good soil and seed I can tell you all about. For instance, actually, I can't tell you about those things at all. My memory these days. Codex. Is that some sort of garden tool? Could use something to help with weeding. What about a book? Ah, with such fine construction and delightful artwork on the covers, it's a shame there's nothing inside them. I wonder what their original purpose was. I would very much like to know. Are you saying that we were lied to about cats drinking milk all our lives? Well, they like it, but it doesn't like them. What about the Dark Lord? I'm not afraid of him, because he's dead, that's why. Otherwise, I would be very scared. What about that Renault guy? I'm not very good at remembering names. I suppose I might have met someone with that name before. Please forgive my lack of memory. I seem to have less and less of it these days. What about this town? I grew up in this place and married my childhood sweetheart. These are much better times than in the past. An old woman used to tell me stories of goblins. Imagine that. Goblins! What old woman? I can't remember where I know her from. She was strange, I remember that. And she lived in a cave, I think. I was supposed to keep her a secret. Oh no, I shouldn't have said anything. What about the Agmarians? An old woman I wasn't supposed to tell you about told me stories of them. But to be honest, they never sounded that frightening to me. I'd love to meet one. Goblins on the other hand, I heard they feast on humans. What about goblins? Everyone pretends they aren't real, but I am sure I've seen them on the edge of a fog. What about a Skafen? Well, the old woman used to speak of these, but that's all I can remember. Let me out. I actually don't know where this thing he lost is. Doggy! That is a fellow doggo. Just sliding along. Sometimes you're just that tired. Alright, Arbo. It's up to you. Find the treasure. Nothing? I'm assuming that whatever he lost is, like, in the farm areas. I found something. Yeast! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the lair. Rar and stuff. Your dog should always lead the party. You know what's best about it? You press T to bring out your torch. The dog carries the torch in his mouth. Also, the shadow effects are really good. For, you know, 2D sprites. What's a good pupper? Arbo is best boy.
Hey, dragon fruits.
Ooh, dragon fruits. We have not found any of the thing that the guy lost. Nom 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 nom. You know what? No. We don't have the things we need for that. Sniff around here. Okay. Now, what if this house looks at campfire, puzzled? Yeah, why is there a campfire indoors? Who would do that? Let's set up camp. Woof, ruff, bark, bark, ouroo! You return. Ariandel will serve. No, you are someone else. Your fate is uncertain. You are different. Perhaps Ariandel will serve? Job? Ariandel will serve. We are made to serve. Serve? Famous serve or go mad. You cannot be served. None of you can. Perhaps to serve a common goal will be enough? It's never been done. What about fog? Enter not if you see it. Your mind will be broken. Ariandel can enter, for Ariandel cannot even see it. Ariandel is different. Ariandel is Fey. Kalandraur? It protects. Ancient power is there. Darkness cannot remain there. What about the Codex? You have it. You have seen Master? Librarian. Master no longer. Her face fades from memory. What about books? They do not write them. We pass We pass memories, rarely forget. But you just said that you forgot your master's face. Dimensions. Fae are connected to many. We see them, we travel through them, but not fully. They're like a breeze. It cools us, yet we know not where it came from or where it goes. How about a Dark Lord? Not all corruption can be blamed on a single creature. Evil is not a monolith. It can take many forms. All races have ancient foes. How about Renault? Maker of Kalendrar. In part. There was another. Ariandel does not know who. Rarely forget. Imrisk. This is Imrisk. Imrisk is ancient. Imrisk has roots. You live in the crown. You cannot see the trunk or roots. Agmarians? Good folk. Evil folk. Like men. Either way may be true. Have caution. Goblins. Vile things. Eat Fae. Not like Agmarians. Skafen? Eat Fae like goblins. Their king will bargain. Want to join us? Ariandel has joined the group. So Ariandel, very high spirit, very high agility, very high speed. Maybe not the best strength. And we burned the house down. I shall wear the better pants. But you can have pants and shirts, and I think we got some shoes. Maybe even have a hat for you. Yeah. Thought we had some shoes. Shoes. You can have the Healy book because Merowyn's not ready for it. Also traits, let's see. She has Unflankable, Portal Jumper, and Born of Magic. All Fae are 60% resistant to magic. And let's see. Nope. Where is it? Protector. And the reason I keep going Protector is because that's what the healing spells are. So it's actually kind of good for them. You would be pretty good on crafting because spirit and agility. In fact, you'd be even better than Merowyn. So give you that. I guess you can have 1 point there. I don't think Barter would actually be good for her because she's got like a mind of 10. And it's not even worth having more than one person with Identify. She'd be good for music. Yeah, she's getting big bonuses from her stats on that. One more there. Okay. There's the thing here that just leads to another place we don't want to go to just yet. Because maybe if we hurry, we might be able to catch something if it's the right time. It is not. Oh. Okay. You know what? I shouldn't even be jumping ahead like that anyways. No, wait. We still don't have pickaxe. So, into the crack. Dog is sniffing. He sniffs around. Ack. Fire guys. So, I don't know what turn order is gonna be. It's very, very important that one of us goes first. Okay, good. This is fine. All right, scan you. Go ahead and just whatever cast that. It's not going to help in the fight, but it will do. It will skill up that spell, which is good. And fire protection. Kaboom! Awoo! Get rid of that. Look, there we go. Bit of a waste, but it's good to have. It's good to skill things up. So, Rarin stuff. First of all. So those fire guys, they self-destruct on you, and if you resist fire, then it's not that bad. But as you see, he still took a fair bit of an owie. So, whoop. I also wish that the spells like Light and Dehumidify didn't just end whenever you went into battle. I suppose that does give you a reason to keep bringing out the torch. Awoo! Rocks. When these guys die, they hurt everything around them. I have no mana. Like the old Atari or Sega games. I haven't played an Atari game in a long time, but Sega has some good stuff. You ever play Gunstar Heroes? Rykard is, dying. You played Pac-Man, the old Pac-Man, though. Pac-Man on the Atari? That was, like, the worst version of it. Mainly because they kind of did some laziness with the graphics compared to, like, the arcade version. And it looked kind of bad. Never played Panzer Dragoon? Me neither. Which might actually come as a surprise to a lot of people. And a heal. Save. Awoo! Flip! Dead. Pac-Man couldn't turn around. They literally would flip the map because couldn't figure out how to... Wait, seriously? I have never heard that before. Okay, have you mastered that spell yet? Or memorized it? Nope, one more shot with it should do it though. Meh. Alright, I do have it, so we'll just I'm a fire in my laser! Blah! Oh yes! This spell. You know what? I'm a read. We're gonna read. Actually, I should probably read. Oh, I should read the healing book. We've got much reading to do. We'll do that after battle. Bip. I think that's why there's Miss Pac-Man. They don't have the source code to the original anymore. They had to make it again from scratch, and thus had to be a different game. See, all of this is like news to me. I've never heard any of it. Ah, dang it. I wanted to read a book. We do not have enough mana to awoo. No, I'm gonna let them come to me. Do I have, oh, we have nothing. Okay. Whew. There, did that do it? Alright, that did it. So, I don't want her to have any of the other spells from this book. Really, I didn't even want her to have the light and the dehumidify spells. Alright, what's this? Bat Swarm. This is the one she started with. What should I give her next? Where's the summoning book? So the way summon spells work in this is kind of interesting. You can basically summon most of the creatures that you encounter in the game. You got summon vermin and then summon monster. Apparently we don't have any monsters. So really all we can do is summon rats at the moment. And what you can summon is determined by like your monster lore and what you have identified so far. Since she can only summon rats, I'm not going to bother with that. I'll just give her this. Get back to work on these spells. Like... oh, they're both going to get turns before they before she comes back. Sit tight. No, also sit tight. Here they come. Nope. I wish I could laser them. Oh, wait, no, my plan. Just wait. Just delay it. Oh, that's not a good deal. But yeah, okay, there we go. We're gonna do something cool and funny. Except that I don't have the mana. I forgot I don't have the mana. At least they're only stunning me. And so I can still hit from range. What are you at? Oh, you're almost dead. Here, put one under you. Die. Step back here. Blur. Alright, memorized, analyze. We picked up a club. We got a stone club, not to be confused with a wood club. That's just a club. And tunnel moss. Wait. Nope. Pick it up first, then go. Alright, we are very low on mana, and that's kind of a problem. Bit of an issue with trying to level up so many different spells. So what we can do... Wait, I don't need to do that. Because we can just go over here. What? They give you the ability to set up camp if you need to heal and whatnot, but, the beams of light down in Kalimdor, or whatever that place is called, and then also the altar over in the church, fully restore you. Just gotta walk up to them. It's totally free. So really, there's no reason to use the camping unless you just absolutely can't leave wherever you're at. Give me the goops. What's up? One of those. Turn that down, and also turn this down. I completely forgot to read the books. Awoo! So, they did actually think of this. Earthquake! Nothing happened because they're flying. And I probably don't have enough to do the... Nope, okay. Level up. Which is good, because I was low on mana again, because I burned through it so fast. Oh, I can't wait till we get to the point where we can solve that problem. Use all of my points to level up Barter. Doggo cannot learn to sing better yet. Butter! Bread loaf. Oh. Cakes! fact, it was somebody that wanted these cakes. Oh, new dialogue? Oh, we can ask you about Scaphen. I never did find much written about these things. Alas, I wish I knew how to read. Oh, that books were made of more than pieces of useless wood, thinly sliced and stacked, bound with tree resin and clothed in animal skins. What's that have to do with Scaphen? Elias Gifford. Yeah, it's a beautiful day, is it not? My father only sees the struggles, but I am an optimist, and that is why I am certain this year's corn crop will be good. Hello there. I've not seen such a beautiful girl in this town for many cycles. I'm in need of a wife to help me harvest the grain. If you have interest in such an arrangement, be sure to ask my father first. He would be upset if we eloped. How much lore is in these caves? The maximum amount of lore possible. Rar and Stuff Wilds. You have rough hands. I see that you are no stranger to work. If you ever need a place to settle down and earn a living, please consider my farm. And I'm also looking for a wife, so if you want to get married, just talk to my dad. If you know anything about planting crops, I'm having trouble recalling things these days. What a beautiful pup you are. Good stock, no doubt. How would you like to come work for me? I am in need of an animal to plow the fields, and you look quite fit. No? Perhaps I should ask the cat. We have a dog in our party, and we can even talk to the dog, and he will bark at us. We can ask it, basically any topic that we discover, we can ask the dog, and he'll just like bark, wolf, growl, tilt his head. He doesn't know what's going on, but he's still a good boy. Guy literally just said, haven't seen you around here, but you're pretty. Want to get married? He's very lonely. What a beautiful sight you are. I didn't know that fireflies could grow so big. So what do you do here? As if we couldn't already tell. I'm a farmer. I love the earth and the things in it, but sometimes I wish there were less rocks. Every year my plow runs into something I need to replace a wheel. This year it was near the Scarecrow. Can't remember which one though. We need to go check near the Scarecrows. Can't remember much at all these days. Mayor thinks the dark times have returned. Nothing but old wives' tales. I'm looking for a wife too, by the way. You want to be mine? If you ask me. Speaking of, I don't suppose you know any eligible... Oh, damn it. What about the fog? I see no problem with the fog. It brings moisture, which helps the plants grow. Sometimes we lose someone to it, other times we gain someone from it. Have you ever heard of a Calendrower? Well, sounds like a place to store tools. Oh, it must be a shed. Glad I could help. What about a Codex? Don't know him, but if he can pull a plow, the job is his. My ox wandered off and hasn't returned. Know anything about the library? Apparently he does. Or the librarian? I still remember the tales of adventure she used to tell, and yet I can't recall her name anymore. If you want to know, check the tombstones in the graveyard. You might find her near the Traders. Traders? I heard the story long ago, but if I remember correctly, and I rarely do, they were servants of the Dark Lord. Even though he was killed long ago, they continued to serve him and were found doing dark things in the forest. What those dark things were, I don't know, but they were all three executed and buried together in a small mound in the graveyard. You should have stuck to farming. Much safer business. What about that graveyard? I don't see why we waste such fertile lands. The caves used to hold the dead in ages past. Why not now? Either way, you'll need a key to get in. The mayor had it locked for some reason. What caves? A traveler once told me that all the caves are interconnected, part of some ancient city complex. I believe he was a miner or some such occupation. He went into the graveyard one day and never returned. At least not that I saw. Anyway, ever heard of a book? I used to enjoy a good story from the travelers in the village center, but I have not seen anyone able to read in a long time. My father says he once knew how, but if so, then how come he can't read now? The last person I heard a rousing story from was the librarian. Tell me about the Dark Lord. Well, not many tell the story anymore, but I remember. He was killed by a valiant hero who sacrificed his own life to end that reign of evil. I'm not sure whether I believe such stories. Ever heard of Renault? That insufferable baron? I'll talk no more of that family name. What about this town? Now that's a name that brings joy to my heart. Good soil, clear skies, and fine company. What more could a man want? Well, a wife would be nice. Ever heard of an Agmarian? I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like some children's tales to me. You would have gotten along well with the old librarian. She died a few cycles ago. Can't recall how many. Ever heard of a goblin? My father sometimes talks to them. I assume they're stories he remembers from when he was a child, and he can no longer distinguish from reality. What about a Scathan? Despite hearing many tales of strange things from my father, I do not recall ever hearing this word. Perhaps I only forgot. Oh, squirrel! Follow me, squirrel! Squirrel is following us. Rabbit hutch. Boop. Leaving squirrel. Alright, that's one. Oh, scarecrow. We gotta find the scarecrows and have Arbo search near them. Wonder, can we... They show up on the scan? Doesn't look like it, or, well, it's maybe not there. Arbo, dig! Look for loots. Don't know much about this game. New game in a retro style. Yeah, it's actually not that old, and it's kind of inspired by like the old Ultima games, among others. But I went to GOG to pick up Scald, and when I added it to my cart, GOG said, hey, how about this other game that's also on sale right now? And I said, that sounds interesting to me. Scald out there, take it out for a bit, and Caves of Lore in. A bit kitty. There are many kitties. That's how they get ya. It is. But it was also on sale for like $6 or $7, so pretty good deal. Hello there. Would you like some milk? Or is that cats? I can't remember. Oh, because I talked to her with the dog. So everybody says different things whenever you greet them with the different characters. And I like having the dog up front. If you'd like some beauty tips from a milkmaid, I'll let you in on a secret. It's the cowpox. Sir, I can see that you are a man of culture. Perhaps some smoked cheeses would interest you? Hello, patron. May I interest you in some milk or cheese? I do not know what to make of you. We have a fairy in our party. It is not Borf. It is Ariandel. What's your job? I milk the cows, and then I make butter and cheese to sell. It's my passion. I used to make some extraordinary cheeses, but I can't remember the recipes anymore. Tell me about the receipts. I can't find any of mine. I do have an old paper with funny images on it, though, if you'd like to have it. Recipe learned. Potion of minor mana. What about the fog? I don't travel much beyond the yard. Everything I need is there. The only fog that I see rolls in on cool mornings. What about Kalendrower? There are many ancient and hidden places below us. I've said too much. Regardless, I've not heard of it. How about the Codex? Nope, don't know. Just real quick. What about a librarian? Do you have one of those? They work in libraries. We have a library. I once chased a cow into it, but never did find it. How does a cow get lost in a library? And now it stays locked. The cow? What about books? I saw a book flying once. Can they all do that? Probably thinking of something else. Ever heard of a Dark Lord? If I am to have a lord, I have no color preference, but I do not think that there is such a thing as a Dark Lord anyways. It's very open-minded of her. I like that. What about Renault? That would be the Baron. I don't like him much. What about the town of Emrisk? One day, it will be the milk capital of the world. That shouldn't be hard, since the mayor says we are the only town in the world. It doesn't sound right to me, but who am I to argue? The mayor really does love this town, unlike the Baron who just uses us to keep himself rich. Ever heard of the Agamarians? I don't know much about that sort of thing. It's an odd word. I remember a story my mother used to tell me about the serpents that live in the sea. They had a similar name, Ag something. The Castle Ag. The only town in the world. So, while it's a major thing in this game's setting is that there's this fog, and if you walk into the fog, it will start eating away at your memories. And nobody who enters the fog emerges unscathed from it, and it like scrambles their minds. So, people have forgotten a lot of things, and there are things that they remember and they don't know why they remember. In fact, I think someone even specifically mentioned us earlier, or like mentioned, you know, someone went out into the fog recently. I don't know what happened to them, and I think they were talking about us. As long as they leave my cows alone, I don't care whether they exist or not. Many people know the name, but nothing else. What about a Skafen? I've not heard of them. Whatever they are, I wonder if they like cheese. What about graveyards? I think of the antimatter that divides continents in Disco Elysium. Oh yeah, the Pale. Man, Disco Elysium had such a cool setting. It's a shame we'll never ever see it again. The graveyard has many crypts, which are fairly haunted, as opposed to unfairly haunted. It wasn't always this way. I used to enter them all the time. I mean, some of the time. Please don't spread rumors that I like to spend time in crypts. You will never not be upset about that. They are excellent for storing cheeses. I should not say this, but so are crypts. When the caves became too dangerous, I switched to storing cheese in them. Now the crypts are dangerous too. All that cheese lost. Oh. Unless maybe you could retrieve it for me? Sure. There is one piece of cheese in particular that I seek. It is an old family heirloom, and it only gets better with age. This one piece is centuries old. Please retrieve it from the flooded crypt. Centuries old cheese. Okay, we've already dug near that scarecrow. Is there another one? The guy mentioned that he hit something while plowing around the scarecrow, and that's the only one that we've seen that I can remember offhand. probably just look at this. So we can even zoom in on here. We can't go to the graveyard, so if it's in there, then too bad. Autopath, go! This is not leading us to a scarecrow, it's an old man. Where is he? There's an old man here, where'd he go? I think that was an NPC we haven't talked to yet, but I guess he has wandered off someplace else. Run stuff in Saraday. I kind of feel like a JRPG. Oh, I should finally start Metaphor tonight. Also, the Suikoden remaster is finally released tomorrow. Oh, man. You have an embarrassment of riches to pick from. How's it going? It's going good. It's a very text-heavy game, and it is doing a number on my throat. But I am trying to keep with it. We have a dog that is currently leading our party. Everyone follows him because he is the goodest of boys. We have learned the ultimate spell. It is a spell that strikes terror in the hearts of all of our foes. Dehumidify. Removes the humidity from your surroundings. I was actually surprised at how text-heavy it is. Yeah, it's, they're going pretty hard on the story and the world building and the stuffs. Whoop. What'd you say? I bet we can use that pickaxe to break through the rubble. Pickaxe acquired. Just got done with your programming session with Jade. You're teaching game dev. Oh! I didn't know that you had experience with game dev. What languages do you teach? Or do you know? Awoo! No, no, no. Ow! We are on fire. And he is dead. Ow! You jerks! I'm gonna... No, I gotta get closer. I don't want to get closer. You know what? Now, Doggo is currently on fire, but he is otherwise okay. Resist fire! Still standing! Okay. Put the fire out on Doggo, because he is a good boy. Rain! I need to read that book. We need to read the book and read the spell descriptions. Doggo's gonna stay back. Because whatever's about to happen is... Well, actually no, I probably should have attacked. Because he's at 4 hit points and stunned. Have a few years worth of unfinished prototypes because I'm a perfectionist. But we're hoping we can get something out by the end of the month. Oh, cool! Also, I missed what you said. What language? Or are you teaching in, like, Unreal or Unity? Bats! Alright, we gotta go pick Rykard back up. He's dead again. Don't know if you know this, but dogs are not fireproof. But then where did the phrase hot dog come from? Language of the snake. Python. I've never worked in Python. I've only ever touched C++. I guess also C# whenever I did the scripting stuff in Space Engineers. But I don't really count that. Also been working with Godot. Alright, let's read some books. Lunar's Blessing. Read it. Lunar is light, words of truth and remaking. In these things we understand ourselves, for we are Lunamar's gifts. Light fills shadow, the sun gives this light, and Miala and Gammon and double-space Tethys reflect it. The one who makes the light desires that which is hidden to be known, and that which was lost to be found. Embrace the light of Lunamar, and you will be found. Truth spoken drives away evil, for lies abound where the light cannot reach. In the shadows falsehoods take root. Though its roots go deep, its branches may receive the light and find truth. Okay. New HTML, but only enough to embarrass yourself with shitty websites. Hey, Vendetta worked well enough for a time. PyCharm is the editor. We're just using straight up Python. Used to know HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Been a while since used any of it. Okay, back to work. Hear the words that are spoken, and allow the light to find you. That which is broken can be mended. The light illuminates the vessel, and the truth reveals its cracks. Not all of them are on the outside, yet all are in need. The vessel shall not be thrown away, but rather made anew. It was not idly made, nor will it be cast away idly. The light illuminates for such purpose as this, and the words we hear say, mend. Let this truth be manifested in the vessel. Embrace the mending and become something new. And this is the blessing of Lunamar, that like the moons you may reflect the light of Lunamar. This is a spell book that teaches healing spells. Got halfway through making your own game engine. Oh, your own engine. That's ambitious. Before switch to Godot for your own project. So, I started my programming experiences with RPG Maker 95 and then RPG Maker 2000. And I tried making games in that, but kept getting frustrated with how limited they were and said, I want to learn actual programming. Turns out actual programming is way, way harder than RPG Maker. But I did learn C++, and I did get I have a degree in game and simulation programming. I wouldn't recommend it, because it didn't help me get a job at all. Anyway, spells. Heal. Restore lost health to your target. Heals the target for 15 hit points, up to their maximum hit points. Every skill level beyond the first grants an additional 5 hit points and 1 additional range. RPG Maker 95? Didn't know RPG Maker was that old. I think that... I don't know... No, that wasn't the first one, because I think the first was just called RPG Maker, and I believe it was only on the PlayStation. How weird is that? RPG Maker 95 was for PC, but it might have also just been like ported to the PC. And then RPG Maker 2000, we had to get like translation patches for that one. For me, programming is the easy part. Music and art are the hardest for me. I cannot do like pixel art, and I did have a friend who made music for the projects that he and I were making, and I still have those old MIDIs. I've even played one on stream before. But yeah, I might be able to do like placeholder art, which would be favorite programming design pattern. Getting frustrated with it and giving up and changing careers. And Sarah Day is modest about her art. Absolutely love the art she's made so far. Really? Well, whenever you guys finish your game, you need to share it. Show it on stream. That'll be cool. Cure. Remove stun, frozen, chilled, ignited, poison, and fear effects from your target. And green border does not use your turn. Oh yeah, I also learned Basic. One of my friends, in fact the same friend who wrote that music I was just talking about, he came over to my house, spent the night, one night, taught me Basic. And from that I made a little text-based RPG. It had like an inventory system, leveling, and I knew so little about Basic though that I know they're like, what are they called? Modules or something where you can have it almost, not quite, but almost like object oriented, where it just has like other files that it starts into. And I never learned how to do that. So the whole thing, the entire game I made was just in one big block of spaghetti code. And I eventually had to stop working on it because Basic was telling me it was out of memory and couldn't store anymore. You have RPG Maker VX.
Are you going to make a GUI interface using Visual Basic?
I wanted to be a GUI programmer. I had a lot of fun doing that. Didn't learn Basic, but learned another one called Visual Basic. Yeah, that's another version that's, I think mine was just like called QBasic. It was like really, really old. Visual Basic is what's used in like Excel? Because I think you can do some Visual Basic programming in Excel. Anyway, every skill level beyond the first gives your target 2% of their total health, and you 1 additional casting range. This spell. This is probably one of the best dang spells in the game. Not joking. Heal all allies for 4 hit points and all enemies for 2 hit points. Gotta be careful about that part. Undead creatures take 4 holy damage instead of healing. Each spell level beyond the first gives an additional 2 healing to allies, 1 additional holy damage for undead. Rain increases healing and damage by 10, so if it is raining, it is even better. It's just a big heal everybody. When I was making your game engine, you're struggling with implementing the event bus pattern. That doesn't sound familiar. Of course, my programming experience, I attended school for that and graduated back in 2011. Never could get a job doing it and ended up just abandoning that to go into IT, which, as you can see, has also not worked out well for me. I was doing something else. Oh yeah, we got the cakes. Event handling stuff can be complicated. Tried implementing... Oh wait, event handling. Is that where you have like an event handler and you just kind of send things out and say, whenever... Just like, here's an event that's going to happen in like a minute, and then it just kind of checks the event queue on each iteration through the loop. And once it reaches the time of an event, then it's like, oh, what do I do here? What is this event that and pulls from that? Is that what that? Because I think we did that. Hey, tell me, oh, what a sweet thing you are. I wish I had a whatever you are. Or I had a whatever you are when I was a child, I think. I have met your kind before. You have my thanks. She's met fairies. What about goblins? I've fought them. How you ask? How you ask? For I am but a simple bard, with cunning, of course, and also quick feet. Sometimes wisdom counts counts the steps to an exit before it turns the corner. What's a Skafen? I'm not familiar with such creatures, though it would not surprise me to encounter such a thing on my travels. I have seen many strange things as I venture. I can even remember some of them. Ever been to a graveyard? A place where stories end, but songs begin. Most songs are about those who are no longer with us. The good ones, anyways. Ever had a caves? Terrible places, but also wondrous. They are filled with so much mystery. I could almost write a new song just thinking about them. I would so love to venture into one sometime. Hey, speaking of venturing, I brought you a cake. I feel well fed and rested enough to finally start traveling again. You would make an interesting companion. Join the group, Xion. She's not going to be staying with us long. But she is, in fact, a bard, so she does have some musical skills. Inspire. Inspire your allies to move faster. All allies gain 1 movement speed until your next turn. Every 5 skill levels gives 1 additional movement. Using a flute increases the duration by 1 turn. Music skill increases duration. And then War Song. I think after using Godot, I'm pretty sure I could figure out implementing event handling if I take another stab at it. Go for it! If you think you can do it, then do it. Sometimes you'll be surprised at what you are capable of. All adjacent allies gain 1 bonus damage until your next turn. Every 2 skill levels grants 1 additional range to reach allies and 1 additional bonus damage. Using a tabor increases duration by 1 turn. So, she's got pretty good spirit, pretty good mind, really good speed, okay agility, but poor, terrible strength. She comes with a bow, and honestly, she's really not that good with bows. But then again, she's not really good with any weapon. We've already got enough mages in the party. We don't need another one. And, you know what? I need to just do this. There. Alright, she can use this recurve bow. That's something. Here's a shirt. Here is a pant. Wait. Here is a shoes. Sort by armors. Oh, that's all we've got now. Oh, wait, clothing. Clothing is different. Clothing is a different category. But, there. Anyway, I think Jade and I gotta get some rest now. Alright. Oh, yeah, it's 12:30. I should have ended like 30 minutes ago. Whoops. Thanks for dropping in. We are also going to wrap up here. Now let's spend some points. She has Enhanced Absorption. Gain 50% bonus from eating or drinking items. Lame. Sun kills the rat. Good night, Jade. Good night, Ansarade. And Regard for Miala. When Miala sets, gain 2 bonus mana regeneration. But also, I'm going to give you bow proficiency even though you're kind of not great with them. Bip. And skills. She's already got some. She's got the specs for music. But see, you are a musician, and also the dog can sing as well. She would be best at it. What else did you have? You had spirit, speed, mind, and agility. Doggo has the voice of an angel. He goes, awoo. Now, you would also be really good at crafting. But which of you would be better at it? 13, 16, 13, 15. So Merowyn would actually be better at crafting, so I'm not going to bother with that. Therein lies the major problem, is that pretty much anything Xion can do, Merowyn kind of does better. I guess I just never really figured out what to do with her, where she fits in the party. And so I was mainly using her as just sort of an archer with using her bard stuff to buff us. But her archery was not good. That. What did you need for this? Mind and agility. Mind and agility. 16, 14. 13, 13. So, yeah. Rykard is better as a thief. There. That's fine. And we're going to save. And that's where we're going to wrap it up for the night. Yobi, are you still not streaming? About to leave too. Thanks for the stream. All right. Thanks for dropping in, Hona. We're getting out of here too. Let's see who is on while we wait for... Did we win? Not yet, sir. Although, actually, yes, we did win because we found cake. Find streamers you can collaborate with here. No. Stop asking me. So, Yobi, you still not streaming? I guess I could look at Discord to see if you've said anything about it. Let's just... No, I'll check that later. Hopefully in another night or two. Okay.